All right. I think we're good to go ahead and start here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm not a professor, but you can call me Nap. And welcome to this very special. I'd call it a special stream. This is a special, definitely a little different from what we've done before. I don't think I've actually done a stream like this before. Now that I think about it, because today it's going to be a research stream in a way, but it's also going to be kind of a bit of like a lecture / presentation stream for at least the beginning. Which now that I think, I was trying to think about it, and like, I don't think I've ever done one of those before. I've seen plenty of other, streamers do something like that, but I don't think I've ever done one. So this will be new for me. And by the way, it's going to be a very rushed presentation. It's going to be a very rushed in the sense of like it was made rushed. It's gonna be super casual, me just kind of rambling as it goes on. So the plan for today is pretty much it's gonna be a presentation on, if you read the title, we're gonna be talking about my favorite historic house of all time, and that is the Winchester Mystery House located in San Jose, California. And this house is famous not just for its amazing architecture and beauty, but it's also famous because it's associated with a legend, a very spooky, perfect for Halloween ghost legend. And today we're actually going to be going over that legend and pretty much debunking it. That is our plan today. We are going to be debunking the legend surrounding it and the house's builder and owner, Sarah Winchester, and sort of giving her the respect that I think she deserves. Because for so long, this legend has been what has been spread about her, and it completely paints her in a terrible picture, I personally think, especially for who she actually was. It paints her as like a crazy spiritualist, mad woman, when in reality she was actually a very smart, very educated, just reclusive woman. That's really honestly all she was. But yeah, hope everybody's having a good day today. Today is gonna be, like I said, this is our Halloween stream. I'm treating this basically as like our Halloween stream because I cannot actually stream on Halloween. I am busy that day. But I decided instead that we're gonna do the Halloween stream today, to kind of, because I didn't want to do it because I thought, okay, maybe I can do it on Saturday, but I feel like then it's gonna be after Halloween, and it's like even though technically it's Halloween weekend, because Halloween is on a Friday this year, so that means we can really go crazy, with Halloween parties and staying out late trick or treating. That was always the best as a kid, when you got to go trick or treating and it was a Friday, and you could stay out or a Saturday, and you get to stay out way later. It was so nice. But yeah, God, trick or treating was so much fun. That fun fact: when I was, I think I was 9. I had just turned 9. I moved into a new neighborhood, in my town that I grew up in, and the way that I learned all of the streets, like the streets and the street names and everything in my neighborhood, was by making a plan for Halloween. I drew a map, on paper and pencil, of the neighborhood, of the grid of our neighborhood, and I memorized where all of the streets are, so that way I could make a proper layout and route, the most optimized route for trick or treating. God, yeah, that's what motivated me to learn the new place that I lived in at the time. That was fun. But yeah, let's see what else. Oh, on top of, today we're celebrating Halloween. Halloween today on this stream here. We also got to it actually works out perfectly because we got to do a little bit of Halloween stuff at work today. And I hate to break the illusion and break the immersion, but I have to admit I am not actually a painting IRL. I do not look like this in real life. I hate to break it to you. I know it may come as a shock, but I am not a painting of Samuel Johnson in real life. So be prepared for a bit of an immersion break right here, because this is how I look when I go to work. So yeah, I hope you can still enjoy this stream without knowing the fact that I am not a painting IRL, but I am in fact actually Gumby. And I work in, it's Gumby that works in a museum, you know. I don't want to dox myself too much, but this is, but yeah, no, in all seriousness, today was also our like Halloween celebration day at work because not everybody works on Fridays. And we were allowed to wear like costumes for like lunch and everything. And we had like a big group lunch and everybody else was wearing like, costumes that kind of look like, like ordinary clothes, but they're like a character. So they look, like pretty casual and stuff like that. And I was the only one in a full body costume. So when we took a group picture of everybody else, you can like see their faces and like, they're smiling and all that. And then just like lurking in the background, because I'm also in the back because I'm like the tall one there, is just sticking out behind everybody is just Gumby standing there. It was so funny. It was so good. But yeah, so this is this is what I look like at work, just so you guys know now. But all right. Enough of that. I think we're going to go ahead and I wanted to wait like a little bit longer just in case, like more people come in. Because this is like I said, I wanted to start with a presentation. I don't want to start the presentation early and like a bunch of people like, miss all of this. So let's see. Oh, the other thing I do want to do, hold on, I want to get some last minute, some things here ready. Okay. Okay. I thought, oh, I want to put something in the chat real quick. Just a thing in the chat so that way people know that they can ask questions. Like I said, it's going to be a very casual presentation. It's not going to be like a official lecture-y kind of thing. It's going to be very, very casual overall, I will say. All right. Let's see. There we go. We got that. That's all good to go. Notes here. I actually do have like a bunch of notes, and you'll see why in a second. For some of the stuff. All right. So let's go ahead here. And let's go on to our classroom. And we will start our presentation. Oh, I forgot to mention this earlier. We reached a 120 follower goal, so thank you guys so much again for everybody who's followed and stuck around here and watched these streams. I decided to set it up a little bit further because I felt like the 10 follower increment was getting kind of like, tedious and monotonous. So I decided to set the next one to 150, which, it's about 30 followers away. We'll see how long that takes. I'm in no rush. I just do this for fun. But yeah, so all right. So we are going to be talking today about this right here, which is the Winchester Mystery House. The Winchester Mystery House is a house located in San Jose, California. It is an amazing Victorian Queen Anne style mansion. We'll be going a little bit into what exactly, like the story behind it and the history behind it, and also talking about its owner, who you see pictured right here. That is Sarah Winchester. She is the mastermind behind this amazing house, and we'll be learning a lot more about her as we go on today. So, let's go ahead and let's start this thing. So the first thing we're going to start off with is actually a quick video. And this video is going to just give a quick, it's like a few minute video. It's going to give a good, quick introduction to the history and legend of the mansion. I apologize already for the quality of the video because it's a classic, like late 90s, early 2000s, like documentary style video. So, but it does a really good job of giving like a good introduction to the mansion and what it looks like. So let me go ahead and pause our music real quick. Okay. So music's paused. And let's go ahead and let's start the video. And let me know if the volume's too low or too loud on the video, and I can adjust it. Oh, that wasn't too big of a jump scare there at the beginning. Also, get ready for a lot of long, quiet sections of them just walking through the mansion.
Walking through the twisting maze at the Winchester Mystery House evokes a mixture of feelings. The mansion is beautiful, yet bizarre. More questions arise than answers. Was it madness? Or was it misguided genius that drove Sarah Winchester to build obsessively until the day she died? The fascinating story of the Winchester house has its roots in deep personal tragedy. After losing her infant daughter Annie to a childhood illness, and 15 years later her husband to tuberculosis, Sarah was consumed by grief. Living on the Eastern Shore at the time, the bereaved Sarah visited a Boston medium to help ease the pain of her tragic losses. Sarah's deceased husband, William Wirt Winchester, was the munitions baron who produced the Winchester repeating rifle, also known as the gun that won the West.
That was a question I got a lot when I announced this stream.
The medium
Was
is
if she
said
was
to have explained to the wealthy widow that her misfortune, as well as her fortune, were the result of the countless lives lost to the Winchester rifle. Sarah would bear the wrath of those spirits unless she took precautions. The remedy? Sarah was to make her surroundings attractive to kindly spirits, who in turn would keep the evil spirits at bay. She was to build a house on which work would never cease, and as long as this occurred, she would live eternally. So, in 1884, Sarah traveled to California, purchased an 8-room farmhouse in San Jose, and began the work that would never stop until the day she died. She hired 22 carpenters who built 24 hours a day for 38 years. The result is eerie. Corridors snake through a maze of shadowy rooms. Stairways rise, only to end abruptly at ceilings.
Spooky.
Doors open onto solid walls. It's easy to get lost here, but some think that's just the purpose. Sarah wanted to confuse unwanted ghosts, yet provide a comfortable respite for the spirits she wished to entertain.
You can see the reflections from all the the glass in all the windows there.
She spared no expense. With an inheritance of $20 million and an income of $1,000 a day, cost was no object.
All right. So yeah, so that's that video. And you know what's funny? I actually owned I don't know if I still have it. I think I might have gotten rid of it. If I do have it, it's back at my parents' place, buried in a box somewhere. I have the DVD of this video. And I had it for God knows how long, and I watched it so much because I bought it when I went to the Winchester Mystery House, because I went there. I've been there a few times. And this um this video, like, I remember I was so happy that I was able to find part, because this is just part of it. This is just part one of it. There's it like the whole video I think is like 30 minutes long or something like that, roughly, like 20 to 30 minutes long, just a short little documentary. But that intro there I think gives like a good introduction to sort of what the mansion looks like and the legend associated with it. The spooky legend that that's associated with. But let's go ahead and actually move on to the the meat and bones of the presentation here. So all right, so to kind of sum up a little bit of what um, the video said, a woman named Sarah Party married William Winchester in 1862. And as the video said, William Winchester was the son of Oliver Winchester, who was the founder of the Winchester Rifle Company, um, who made the famous Winchester rifle. As they say, as quote unquote say, it's the gun that won the West, used a lot in sort of like kind of westward expansion, cowboys, Wild West, kind of stuff. It was used a lot it was very popular in the Buffalo Bills Wild West show, and then subsequently in movies afterwards depicting the Wild West. It became very much a symbol of America and Americana. But uh, when they get married in 1862, but in 1881, William dies suddenly from tuberculosis. Um, and this had a terrible effect on Sarah. She was grieving so much, and the legend says that after he died, Sarah went and visited a medium in Boston. Oh shoot, and wait, what's his name? There's a thing that. Oh wait, forgot to put the music back on. There we go. So now I'm not just talking to myself with silence in the background. Forgot to put the music back on. Um, let's see. Do I have who made the? Because they specifically some of the legend like names a specific medium. Okay, no, I don't have the name of it in my notes, and I don't have the time to find it right now. but it does. Either way, that doesn't really matter right now. All you should know is that she goes and sees a medium, and that medium tells her that the reason why William died is because the souls or the spirits of those who were killed and lost their lives to the Winchester rifle were seeking revenge, and the medium then told her that to appease these spirits or surround her by good spirits, she was supposed to move out west and build a house for these good spirits, to sort of like protect her, and then also build it in a way that can confuse bad spirits. So to do that, Sarah does go out west. And by the way, because of William's death, she gets a huge inheritance with it. It is a absolutely like insane amount of money for the time. She's loaded. She is loaded for the rest of her life. Um, and she moves out west, buys a 8-room farmhouse, and starts construction on it to expand it for the next 38 years straight until her death in 1922, having carpenters and workmen work on it 24 hours a day, constantly as a way to appease the spirits that were supposedly haunting her. Also, in this house, there are stories that she was very avid in spiritualism and that she would constantly do seances, private seances in the middle of this house, specifically in this one room that I'll show a picture of in a bit, where she is constantly talking with these spirits, and in some cases they are assisting her and telling her what to build next for the house. And also, you can see right here, this is one of only 2 photos we know of Sarah Winchester. This is her later in her life, when she's a lot older. And the one you saw at the beginning of the presentation was her when she was younger, still living in New England. She was living in New England, specifically New Haven, Connecticut, is where she was living before. So, and what she ends up in, the result of 38 years straight of continuous building is... Oh, whoops. Sorry, that was not what I meant to do. There we go. Jeez. Sorry about that. Ignore that. Is she built this. This is the Winchester Mystery House. It's a 160-room mansion over 4 floors, 24,000 square feet, 10,000 windows in this whole place, 2,000 doors, 47 stairways, 17 chimneys. The whole thing was built for about $5 million in 1923, and that's about $71 million in today's money. It is an absolutely beautiful example of Queen Anne Victorian architecture. It is asymmetrical. It's rambling. It goes all over the place. It's like you can see, like this part right here is the whole mansion. This building over here is actually the modern day like visitor center and museum that's kind of built next to it. This part right here is the actual mansion itself. It's huge. Also in this house, it is said that Sarah was obsessed with the number 13, and that you will find the number 13 motif all throughout the house. You will find rooms with 13 panels on the ceiling, coat closets with 13 hangers on the wall. There's a chandelier in the ballroom that has it originally had 12 gas light fixtures on it, and then Sarah had her carpenters attach a 13th gas lantern onto the chandelier, as a way to kind of again bring up that number 13 motif. And while it looks amazing on the outside, it also looks absolutely incredible on the inside. But also that version that you just saw, this this version, that's what it looks like today. It actually used to be way bigger. This is what it looked like at its peak. Uh, at its highest point, 7-story tower here in the middle of the structure. Had a full 4th floor and 5th floor in places. It is believed at this point it was about 300 to 400 rooms. Unfortunately, we don't really have any interior shots of the house during this time, but God, it just is absolutely incredible. Like, what I wouldn't give to be able to go through and explore and see this version of the house. I would have absolutely just fallen in love with it. Um, it would have been absolutely incredible. But like I said, the outside looked incredible. So did the inside. This is some of the rooms inside the house. So you have this beautiful ballroom here. One of probably the most ornate rooms in the house. You have this is right here. These are the front doors, beautiful with beautiful glass, artistic glass. The windows in this house are incredible. They're beautiful, beautifully designed, and there's also when she died, they found a storage room upstairs that was just filled with these unused windows, and that area is now like an exhibit space in the house where you can see an example of just these and beautiful Victorian glass windows. And also, there were several bedrooms in the house that Sarah used. This one is the most famous one because, according to the legend, this is the room that she died in. Also, all of the furniture you see in this house, none of it is original. When Sarah died, she had no kids. She had a niece who she was really close with, and her will instructed her niece to sell all the belongings in the house, and then also sell the house as well. Um, and so that's what she did. So there is no furniture in this house that is original to the house. It's all just period pieces. And then also you have she also had a lot of green spaces in the house, little like greenhouses and observatories, kind of, conservatory kind of spaces, with lots of windows and special floors that actually had a really lucrative drainage system, where the water would drain through and through a bunch of series of pipes be taken outside in the into the like flower beds outside. Just an absolutely incredible design, very innovative design for the time. But with all of its beauty, there's also a lot of weird quirks. As the movie or as the little video we saw kind of said, there's a lot of weird quirks. You have things like doors that are opening to sort of nothing out in the middle, of the structure. Stairways that go into just straight up ceilings, and doors that open into walls. All of this, was said to be done as a way for Sarah to confuse unwanted or evil spirits in the house so that they couldn't get through. Sort of like, how they built like false walls and stuff like that into tombs. Back in like, ancient Egypt time. That's kind of what it reminds me of. And it's this stuff right here is why it gets garnered the name Mystery House, along with, the legend. However, what if I told you that everything I just told you, everything I said about this house and Sarah Winchester's story was not true? That's right. Almost everything associated with the legend of Sarah Winchester and why she built this house and how she built this house is not true. It's a story made to sell tourist tickets, and it has completely sort of smeared the name of Sarah Winchester. And so today on this stream, for the rest of this short presentation, I'm going to be talking about what the real story behind this house is. And then after the fact, we're going to look and research some stuff to see if we can figure out, see if we can find some of that evidence that proves that that Sarah is not who the house claims she is. So, how did I research this beforehand? Well, this is a big thanks to the book Captive of the Labyrinth. Sarah L. Winchester, Heiress to the Rifle Fortune by Mary Jo Ignafo. Now, Ignafo does an amazing job and is honestly the only person who has done this where she has taken the Winchester story and made it completely removed the legend and told it, sort of from a more historical perspective. Hey, Pirate, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good evening. We are currently talking about my favorite historic house of all time, which is supposedly haunted. It is the Winchester Mystery House. A huge, beautiful 160-room mansion in San Jose, California, that I've been to several times. That is also supposedly haunted by several spirits. And we're going to be going through actually how most of the stories associated with this house, the legends of all the ghosts, are not true. And this is what the house looked like at its peak. This is what it looks like today, and this is what it looks like before. I'll be talking a little bit later about why it looks like this now. And these are some of the interior shots, of some of the interior spaces in this house. And yeah, it's but there's also a lot of weird stuff, like these stairs that go into ceilings and doors that open into walls and stuff like that. I forgot you did not have clocks changed like us. Oh, right. Yeah, that's this weekend. So on Sunday, we will have, Sunday it'll be back, because Sunday is daylight savings times for us. So it'll be normal. It'll go back to normal, I think, after that. So then is it an hour later for you right now? Or is it an hour earlier? Because I'm trying to think, like, I can't do the math in my head of, like, which is which. But, yeah, so we're going to get into, anyway, learning about the real story behind this house and its builder, Sarah Winchester. And this is, like I was saying earlier. Okay, so hey, you don't have to stay up as late for this one. You get to not stay up as late now for this stream until Sunday. Later on our time, so stream is earlier. Yeah, okay. So you don't have to for just today. As a special treat, you get it today. Yeah, so let's go ahead and let's start by learning about who Sarah Winchester actually was. So the legend says that, the house was built because Sarah was told by a medium that she had to build this house because her husband, William Winchester, was the heir to the Winchester rifle fortune, and that all the spirits who were killed by Winchester rifles were got their revenge by killing her husband, and then were going to get her unless she moved out west and built a house to sort of appease the spirits. But this is her actual background. She was born Sarah Lockwood Party on July 4th in 1839, and she spent most of her first half of her life in New Haven, Connecticut. And her father, Leonard Party, was a carpenter and woodworker. And because of that, she was constantly surrounded by design and architecture growing up. So from a young age, Sarah had an interest in architecture and design. If she was born at a later time, she probably would have gone to school for architecture. But unfortunately, it had to be regulated to just be a hobby for her because of just how there weren't opportunities like that for women at the time. Also, after she married William Winchester, she moved into her in-laws' house, their brand new house, where she got her first sort of taste of designing and running a new home because her in-laws were busy running their new factory and everything. Sarah and her husband were in charge of running this new house. Again, sort of building on this interest in architecture and design that was honestly there from the beginning. It wasn't something that, a spirit or a medium just told her to do. She was already interested in it. And she took all of these skills and interests with her when she moved to California. And then I also want to take a second to just talk about the Winchester rifle. Like I said, as it's so called, the gun that won the West. Now, they say that the house was, or they said that not the house, that the Winchester fortune was from the guns. That's where they got most of their money. However, the Winchesters were already a wealthy family before the gun stuff even started, because originally they were the Winchester and Davies shirt manufactory. They made their money and their wealth from shirts and cloth. It wasn't until the 1860s that they started to get into gun manufacturing. Also, Ignafo also mentions in her book, when I personally really do believe this, is that the only reason why this story is the way that it is because Sarah is associated with Winchester rifle. Like, her fortune is associated with guns and the Winchester rifle. If her fortune had come from sewing machines, there would not be this association with ghosts and spirits and stuff like that. If she was wealthy just by any other means, I guarantee you we would not be talking about this right now. That's sort of like the main draw. Also, it's pointed out in the book that around the time that Sarah started building her house, changes in views on guns and westward expansion were rapidly changing. Guns were starting to be seen as less as tools and more as weapons and dangerous and morally kind of corrupt kind of like devices, especially as the United States started to turn more of an urban society and less of an agricultural one. There was less of a need for guns for hunting and protection and stuff like that. And they were mostly started to become more associated with crime in cities. Also, views on westward expansion and, the destroying of the land and the treatment of the native tribes out there. And they were it basically resulted in what we kind of call gun guilt. And Sarah kind of became the scapegoat for this. That by creating this story and creating this legend, it was a way for people to kind of like throw their guilt of all this, instead of on themselves, to just kind of throw it all on her. So that's kind of why this legend sort of started in the first place, to give some historical background on that. Now, here's the other thing. The legend says that Sarah was deeply involved in spiritualism and constantly conducted seances and stuff like that throughout her life. We have absolutely no evidence at all that Sarah was a spiritualist. Also, the medium that is stated to have been the one who told Sarah to move out west, he is named in some of the legends. And no, there has been zero evidence that we've been able to find a medium with that name who was living in Boston at the time, because that's where she did the seance. She did it at Boston, supposedly. There is no There's no evidence at all that this medium even existed. And then on top of that, even if she did go see a medium, at the time that she would have done this, it would not have been seen as weird or like superstitious to do that. Because at the time, spiritualism was fairly popular. Um, and it was kind of seen as like part of the grieving process for some people to go and do this. So even if she did do it at the time in the 1880s, it wouldn't have been weird. However, after 1900, that's kind of when opinions start to change about spiritualism. It starts to become less as like scientific and more of like superstitious, and people start to become more judgmental towards it. It kind of gets a bit of more of a negative connotation. And that's where we start to see a lot of these stories associated with Sarah start to pop up. Also, everyone who knew her personally, her family, her workers who worked on her house and her farm, um, everybody who personally knew her, none of them have said that she was a spiritualist, that she was involved in all of this, um, and that basically that she was normal. Like there was none of these stories of her being associated with spirituals and being driven mad by spirits are in no way true. Also, something else I want to point out: this room you see here in this photo, this is what they call the seance room in the house. This is, according to the legend, the room where Sarah would go in the middle of the night and conduct seances to communicate with spirits so that they could tell her how to build the house next. But Ignafo, the writer of the book that I read, makes a very good point in that at this time, spiritualism and seances are very social activities. You don't do these types of things by yourself. They are very much they are very much group activities. You do them with friends or with family, and you do it in a social setting. It was not common at all, or it's very unlikely that Sarah would have done, if she did do seances, that she would do them here by herself at night. Also, one source I saw said that this room used to be it's actually not a seance room, it's actually just a carpenter's closet. Like a work closet. Hence the hooks you see on the wall and in the cabinets right here. Now, the actual construction of it. It is said in the legend that construction was continuous for 24 hours a day for 38 years from when she moved out here and bought this house, which, by the way, this is the oldest photo we have of the house and what supposedly it looked like when Sarah bought it. There is tons of evidence from workbooks and day books from her workers at the time that have been preserved and are in archives that show that construction would pause for months at a time. It was not continuous at all. It would continue for it would not continue for long periods of time. And also, this house, the reason why it kind of looks the way it does is that Sarah built kind of with no master plan. It was very unique for her at the time to she did not hire a superintendent or some construction person to lead the project. She led the project. She drew up plans and sort of did these plans room by room. That was how she did it. So that's, again, also kind of why the house looks the way it does. It's rambling and chaotic because she was just kind of making it up as she goes. And also, she was self-taught and kind of used this as a way to just kind of experiment and, try new things. If she tried something and it didn't look good, she would just have her people tear it down and start over and try something else. And this kind of rambling style was also kind of common in the Victorian era. It starts to become uncommon sort of around the time of her death and kind of seen as like old fashioned by like, the 1920s. So that's also kind of part of the reason why there was this, bad perception of it at the time around especially around her death. Um and it's just kind of like also like it's a hobby to her. So that's kind of seen as like part of it was a way to distract herself from her grief because she was still grieving, from the loss of her husband and everything. And this is sort of like a way to, like a, when you go through a tragic event, how some people get a hobby or, they do something to distract themselves. That's what this was to Sarah. It was a project that she could work on and just, build on and build on and build on as long as she wanted to. And then also the big thing that completely just ruins the legend that this house was built for 38 years continuously is that construction stopped. All major construction stopped after the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. And she died in 1922. So almost 16 years before her death, all major construction stopped. They did some repairs and some minor stuff. The biggest thing was they added an elevator later in her life. But that was mostly because she suffered terribly from rheumatoid arthritis and could not really move upstairs anymore. So that's really kind of all the additions that were done after the earthquake. And we'll be talking more about the earthquake later. But another thing I want to talk about, talking about construction, is the workers. Now, Sarah hired dozens of workers, not just construction workers, but also she owned hundreds of acres of land surrounding her house. She owned hundreds of acres of orchard and farmland. She also owned, this house wasn't her only house. She owned over like 5 other properties in the San Francisco Bay Area that she would sort of like travel in between. She, for the time, she treated her employees very, very well. She paid them higher than average wages for the time. Also, there are records of where she would pay for their funerals and then financially for any of her workers who died, and then financially assist the families of those workers after they died. And then also she left some of her inheritance to these workers as well. And one example of we know that her workers must have treated her with high regard is that she one of her gardener, who was a Japanese immigrant who lived on the property, one of her head gardeners, he named his daughter Ida Winchester, and I forget their last name, but he named his daughter's middle name after Sarah by having her middle name be Winchester. I think that paints a pretty good picture that these employees held her in high regard, honestly. But another important thing, though, as I kind of mentioned earlier, is that none of these workers, after Sarah died, spread or like corroborated the stories about her regarding, superstitious and spiritualism and all the legends around her. None of them did. And some of them, even a few of them over the years, even like try to rebuke these stories in the newspapers. But unfortunately, these rumors were so embedded into people's minds that it wasn't enough. In fact, there's actually one. Or wait, should I save that for later? I'm going to save that for later. There's one great quote in the book that I'm going to read in a little bit. But the thing I wanted to talk about next, as I alluded to earlier, is the earthquake. And that is on April 18th, 1906, San Francisco Bay Area was struck by a 7.9 magnitude earthquake. It did incredible damage in San Francisco, resulting in a huge fire that broke out that killed hundreds of people and cost billions of dollars in damage in San Francisco. Now, while most writings about the San Francisco earthquake focus on what happened in San Francisco, the whole Bay Area was affected by this earthquake, including Sarah's mansion. And the house was heavily damaged by the earthquake. Remember how I said that you can actually see this photo here? Remember how I said that that's... Oh, whoops. That this is the photo we saw earlier of what the house used to look like? Well, the 7.9 earthquake did huge damage to the house. That main tower you saw in the center collapsed. Several chimneys collapsed. Whole sections of the fifth and fourth floor completely collapsed on themselves. It was terrible. And instead of rebuilding, Sarah went ahead and sort of stopped construction, had her workers just patch up the house, and then just sort of leave it as it was. And that is why today there are several rooms in the mansion that look like this, that still have their original earthquake damage in them, because Sarah never repaired it. She never had it repaired in the first place, where plaster is missing, sections of the fireplaces are missing, and it was after this earthquake, like I said before, that no new additions were made. However, what happened here only exacerbated the rumors and stories about her that she was mad and insane, because most people would tried to rebuild everything after the earthquake, but because Sarah didn't, because she just patched things up and left it kind of as it was, it only unfortunately ruined her reputation even more than it already was to the people in the area. And just here's an example of how they would patch things up. This is one of the fireplaces that collapsed during the earthquake, and you can see here how it was just simply patched up. They didn't even put a fireplace back there again. And also, you can see it in this photo right here. That is the tower, and you can see how it's lopsided and leaning. So it is completely unsalvageable at that point. But here's the thing. Because of how she patched things up, it honestly kind of completely explains everything with this house. And I included this quote here that Mary makes in the book that I read that I think sums everything up perfectly, where she says, "The oddities of the giant house are easily understood when one takes into account the massive earthquake of 1906. Doors that open into huge open areas, there likely originally was a floor or a deck there, but it collapsed during the earthquake. Stairs that go up into ceilings, there probably was an actual, floor above this ceiling at one point, and they just patched it up. So it's not it's not Sarah trying to confuse spirits and, make them confused or make it difficult for them to find her. It's just simple patchwork from construction and rebuilding. That's all it is. There's no need for all the hocus pocus and all that kind of stuff that we kind of associate with this house. And then, so, like I said, Sarah passes away, on September 5th, 1922. When she dies, she leaves her big fortune to her nieces and nephews, specifically her one niece, Daisy, who she has a very close relationship with, treats her pretty much like a daughter. Her workers who worked on her estate, and to charity. That's another thing, too, is that Sarah was a massive philanthropist, and constantly donated a lot of her work, and sometimes a lot of her funds, and a lot of times did it anonymously. So again, kind of helping exacerbate the rumors, around her. Specifically, her biggest contribution was in New Haven, Connecticut, to the New Haven Hospital, where she donated large amounts of money to their new tuberculosis wing, where they would treat people with tuberculosis and other similar lung diseases. And that wing was named after William Winchester, because she donated a huge amount of money to that wing, and because her husband, William Winchester, died from tuberculosis. But then after her death, the house was considered worthless because of all the earthquake damage that was still inside of it and the completely crazy layout of it. It was considered to have like no value at all when Sarah died in 1922. As a result, the house was sold at auction, and all the material in it. I mentioned earlier that all of the furniture that's in the house today, none of it is original. It's all just stuff from the time period, because all of her stuff was sold at auction at her death. That was in the house, and we don't even know how fully furnished the house was when she died. It's very likely, because she wasn't living there that much at the time, that she could have just that it would not have probably been fully furnished, because she was mostly living at her other places at the time. And then after it is sold at auction, the house is then rented to a man by the name of John H. Brown in 1923. I think it was about like 9 to 10 months after Sarah's death, he gets the house and he opens it up to tours, citing it as the Winchester Mystery House. Almost immediately, it becomes super popular, and the reason why Brown decided to do this is because Brown his background was in building and running amusement park attractions. And he did have experience with haunted houses, and he saw this house basically as a perfect opportunity, because it was already had basically, because of the rumors about Sarah, had a built-in storyline that he was able to capitalize on and sort of use and expand upon to make the house a popular tourist attraction. And it was popular immediately. And this, in the end, was kind of the final nail in the coffin, cementing the perception of Sarah Winchester that people have today. But where exactly did these stories come from? What was the cause of them? And the number one source of these stories about Sarah being into spiritualism and all that kind of stuff, honestly, come from newspapers. The late 1800s and early 1900s was a peak time for what we call yellow journalism, which was, it's like sensationalized journalism, not accurate, meant to just sort of like, be just crazy big stories that might not be, that either bend the truth or just completely make stuff up to sell newspapers. And the other thing too is that despite all of these articles that were constantly running, Sarah never responded to any of them. She never came out and made a public statement counteracting these or defending herself. She was a very quiet and reclusive person, and that's kind of another reason that kind of this story began to stick around and spread. And she did not really interact with her neighbors that much. She did not have guests often at her place. And there was a story that spread at the time, where she apparently, it said that she did not have any. She had the opportunity to have two different U.S. presidents, Teddy Roosevelt and William McKinley, visit her house, and the legend was that she turned them away. And there is no evidence that any of these things actually happened, but either way, the story spread, and it showed again kind of her mysteriousness and reclusiveness that she had. And also, like I said earlier, her association with the Winchester rifle is what really allowed this story to grow to begin with. If her fortune was from something else other than guns, this story would not have stuck and would not have been a thing. Also, when the Brown family took over the property and started making it a tourist attraction, they added to the story. I specifically mentioned at the beginning that one of the part of the legend is that Sarah was obsessed with the number 13, and that most of the things that are associated with 13 were actually added by the Brown family after the fact. So things like uh, a a room with like coat closets that has 13 hangers in it. Those hangers were likely added by the Brown family after the fact. I mentioned a chandelier that originally had 12 candle holders, but Sarah had like a 13th one sort of like stuck on there, like in a very kind of crappy way. And it is believed that the Brown family are the ones who added that 13th sort of little candle to the chandelier, because as the author of the book that I read uh, states, Sarah was wealthy enough that if she wanted a 13 candle holder chandelier, she could have gotten a 13 candle holder chandelier. She would not have just stuck a random, little piece of another just like candle holder just abstractly just randomly onto the thing. Um, so so that's where um that comes from. Let's see. I have a thing saying that we are going to start an ad soon. Um yeah, we're going to be starting ads in just a little bit. So I'm going to I'm going to hold sort of for now. Um and kind of wait for the ads to be done and take a little water break and everything. Ads should be starting soon. And once those are done, I'll sort of get back into what we're going to be doing today, because this is basically the end of the presentation. Um, but I've really enjoyed making this presentation. It was a little stressful because I haven't made a presentation like this in so long, since like I was in grad school. um, but let's see. Okay, so yeah, the ads are going right now. Wait for those to end, and then we'll go back. I do want to let's see. Where was it? Was it? I think it was. Here we go. This picture. I just want to look at this picture again because I I love this picture of this house so much. And God, what I would give to be able to go back in time and see and explore the house when it looked like this. Because like if I had money like Sarah Winchester did, this is the type of thing that I would do. I wouldn't buy one of those, like boring, bland, minimalist, houses with, just like minimalist walls and everything is just like white, or like big open spaces and stuff like that create like echoes and stuff like that. Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm building the Winchester Mystery House too. I'm building this. Like, I I love this style of architecture so much. I love Victorian architecture. I love Queen Anne style. Um, I love just like all the towers and turrets, all of the like asymmetrical, just like stuff, the rambliness of it, the chaoticness, the chaos of it. It's just oof. I love it so much. It's so much. It's just fun. It has personality. It has character. It's weird. It's different. That's the big appeal for me, honestly. Um, and I just wished I could have seen this house. Also, something else to take into account that I forgot to mention earlier is that this house, when it looks like this, is in the middle of a field. Like there's at the time there is nothing around it, just farmland. So imagine going down a country road, like just surrounded by farmland, and then just seeing this stick out, just like out of nowhere. It stood out a lot, and that was kind of another reason why these stories kind of came about, is that, when you build something like this in the middle of nowhere in a very rural community at the time, you're gonna get some suspicion. Not that I'm saying that, like, it's justified that how, Sarah's story was treated and everything. It's not. But um it kind of makes sense. I can kind of get it a little bit. A little bit, not fully. Um but yeah, and it makes me sad because, like, you can see how the tower is right here, and you can kind of see how tall it is too. Um but when we go to this earthquake photo, and you can see just how tilted it is, and how it's like at a weird angle, and it's collapsed in on itself partially. God, that must have been, I can't imagine how terrifying it would have been to have been in an earthquake in a house like this. That sounds terrifying. Like, absolutely, absolutely terrifying. But so I think the ads are over. Okay, so let's go back to where we were. So again, we finished talking about where the stories associated with the Mystery House came from and why they stuck. Mostly because of the newspaper articles written about her at a time of when yellow journalism was so high, her reclusiveness and her lack of like responding or like countering these articles in any way, like defending herself. She just kind of stuck to her, just kind of stayed inside, and kind of made her even more of an easy target. And then after the house was turned into a tourist attraction, the Brown family, who now owned it, sort of doubled down on the story and expanded upon it. And where does that bring us today? Because the Winchester Mystery House a few years ago, it's been a tourist attraction now for over 100 years. That's an insanely long time for a tourist attraction, that, by the way. And I say tourist attraction because even though the Winchester Mystery House is my favorite historic house, it's not, I wouldn't call it a museum, because it's not a nonprofit. Its sole purpose is, like, has been for most of the past 100 years, tourism. Now, I will give the house credit. For the most part, they have toned down the origin story. And now when they refer to it, they strictly refer to it as the legend. And when I went there most recently a few years ago, our tour, but I think it depends on what tour guide you get. Our tour guide was actually told more of Sarah's actual story about how she was a philanthropist, how she was very smart in like her construction design, and how she had basically like was a self-taught architect, how she was very good with like money and business, and just overall not the reclusive, creepy woman that we kind of associate with her. However, and this is a big however, every time they take like a step forward with this, they take 2 steps back. In 2018, they came out with this movie called Winchester, which is a horror movie, and apparently a bad one. It has very bad reviews, starring Helen Mirren as Sarah Winchester, and it is, it just tries to, it tells the ghost story of it to try and make a horror movie, and it just furthers the story of it even more. And they filmed some of the stuff on location, like exterior shots, at the house, and did promotional stuff at the house. The house very much promoted this movie, and I think they have in the house tour today, they have like some of the costumes from the movie there that you can see. And then on top of that, even as early as this year, they have the Festival of Frights at Winchester Mystery House, a haunted house style experience that is basically like your typical, with scare actors, haunted house in the mansion itself. and it pains me to see it like that because they're taking these historic rooms and stuff like that and turning them into a haunted house attraction, and it irks me. It makes me just sad. But unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but they are kind of at a point where they have to do this stuff now, because it's the ghost stories that gets people in there, and the ghost stories are what makes money. And as you can imagine, running or preserving a house that's this big is not cheap. It takes an insane amount of money in upkeep and maintenance to run a house, to preserve a house like this, on top of paying all of your employees and all, everything else that comes with running a attraction like this. So it's something that unfortunately they kind of have to resort to stuff like this. In fact, I think I have it pulled up here. When you go onto this right here, this is the Winchester Mystery House actual website, and the first thing you see when you go on there is the advertisement for the Festival of Fright Nights and Halloween stuff. However, I will say, as I mentioned earlier, they do tone down some parts of the ghost aspect, because if we go to the About section here and go to the history, they say, let's see. Okay, hold on. So let's read some of this. The Winchester Mystery House is an architectural wonder and historic landmark in San Jose, California, that was once the personal residence of Sarah Lockwood Pardee Winchester, the widow of William Wirt Winchester, and heiress to a large portion of the Winchester repeating arms fortune. Tragedy befell Sarah. Her infant daughter died of a childhood illness, and a few years later her husband was taken from her by tuberculosis. Shortly after her husband's death, Sarah left her home in New Haven, Connecticut, and moved out west to San Jose, California. There she bought an 8-room farmhouse and began what could only be described as the world's largest home renovation, stopping only when Sarah passed on September 5th, 1922. So see, right there, first of all, it is good that they make no mention of the story of like her going to a medium and that the medium told her to build the house to appease the spirits that were haunting her. So that's good. However, right here, they say that the renovation only stopped when Sarah died in September 5th, 1922, which, as we've discussed earlier, is not true, because construction stopped after the 1906 earthquake. There were some like minor additions, like I said, like the elevator and like some repairs and stuff like that throughout the years, but nothing compared to that. She was not building at the rate that she was before. And even then, she wasn't even building continuously, because, as we mentioned earlier, construction would pause for months at a time. It's not the 24-hour construction project that they like to say it is. Let's see. And then, yeah, here are the facts. 1886, construction seemingly never ceased. Again, they're kind of like towing the line a little bit. And then, yeah, it gives it just a bunch of stats about, the house and how huge it is. And then it's a mystery. But what remained is indeed a mystery. Even before her passing, rumors of a mystery house being built by an eccentric and wealthy woman swirled. Was she instructed to build the home by a psychic? Was she haunted by the ghosts of those felled by the gun that won the West? Did construction truly never stop? What motivated a well-educated socialite to cut herself off from the rest of the world and focus almost solely on building the world's most beautiful yet bizarre mansion? Whether driven by guilt, grief, or something more unknowable, she continued expanding her home without a master plan. What she left behind was a sprawling labyrinth full of mystery and legend. So, again, they're kind of towing the line here. They're saying, like, we don't think, like, they're not saying that it was, like, ghosts and stuff like that, but, it maybe. But, we don't know. That's kind of like what they're saying is, like, we don't know. We don't know what compelled her to do it, Okay, and then ahead of her time. Sarah Winchester was a woman of independence, drive, and courage who lives on in legend, and the mansion she built is world-renowned as much as the many design curiosities and innovations, many ahead of her time, as it was for the as it is for the reported paranormal activity that resides within these walls. These mysteries and more are what has drawn over 12 million guests to visit the Winchester Mystery House since the doors opened June 30th, 1923. Will you be able to unlock the mystery? So again, they kind of, again, are giving her a little bit of agency here, saying that, she was a woman of independence, drive, and courage. Like, that they're not painting her as like a, crazy person. But again, it's just crazy that like you have stuff like this, which are steps in the right direction. And then, you have this. And see, look, they even say right here, please note that decorations and activations from the Halloween Haunt Festival of Frights are currently set up within the house and may be visible on daily mansion tours. And they are, because I went there a few years ago around this time where they did have some of that stuff set up, and it is very distracting. It is very, very distracting. When you're trying to, you know, like when you're trying to appreciate the beauty of these rooms, you know, and then like in the middle of them, there's like a bathtub with like a corpse in it, a fake corpse in it. It just really takes away from it. All right, so yeah, so that's where they're at today. It's kind of one of those things where it's like they're heading in the right direction. They're doing a better job, but there's still a lot of groundwork to make cover. And like I said before, they kind of have to do this for the money. And honestly, if it wasn't for these ghost stories, this house would probably not exist. So I can't completely, be too mad at these ghost stories and everything, because they are what preserved this house to begin with. This house would not exist today if it was not for these stories, because it was considered worthless when Sarah died, and it it would have just been torn out, especially because I have it pulled up here. Today it is completely, this is the house today in San Jose, California, and it is completely surrounded by modern day urban sprawl in Silicon Valley. Completely engulfed. And, if it wasn't turned into a tourist attraction, it would have just been bulldozed like everything else around here. And like I said, it probably, and we're just lucky that the interstate went this much south as it did. And now the mansion, is surrounded by bland, minimalist office buildings and condominiums. Like just right next door. It's such a juxtaposition seeing the two like this. Ugh. So, as much as, the stories have been terrible for Sarah's reputation, which sucks, we probably wouldn't have this structure if it wasn't for them. So I gotta give them at least that. So, what we're going to be doing for the rest of the stream, that's kind of the end of this presentation here, is I'm going to be looking for evidence of some of the stuff of these legends that are brought up in like the newspaper articles, and see how Sarah's story kind of changed over time. One of the main things I want to look up is newspaper articles. We're not going to be able to do all of this today because this presentation took a little bit longer than I thought it would. We're going to try and go through some of these things. I want to see, like I said, newspaper articles is one of the main things. The other thing I want to look at is the Hansen photos. The Hansen family is actually one of Sarah's carpenters who lived on property and had photos and like a photo album of their time when they lived on the mansion, and has some of the only known photos of the house preserved. I want to see if maybe we can find like some the old versions of the website in the Wayback Machine. I tried doing this earlier, and Wayback Machine was giving me a little bit of trouble, so I don't know how well that's going to work. If we have time, I want to go through, see if we can find some of Sarah's personal papers through like Ancestry. Trying to find like like things like census records and stuff like that. And then the Samuel Lieb papers. Samuel Lieb was Sarah's personal lawyer, and his collection has been preserved with History San Jose and has been made available online through the Internet Archive. Also, I do want to point out, let's see, here on the Internet Archive, the book that I read for all of this information, Captive of the Labyrinth, is available to rent on Internet Archive. So if you want to learn more about this house and Sarah Winchester, get the true story and not the legend, I highly recommend this book. It's not that long. It's only a little over 200 pages, so it's a good kind of like, quicker read. I just did it because, I like I thought it was a good Halloween theme, and yeah, so the first thing I want to look at just really quick, because I think they're really cool and interesting, is I want to look at the Hansen photos, because there's a lot of good ones. Let's see. Let's look at this one first, because again, oh god, hold on, I clicked on the wrong thing. I want that link. There we go. So you can see here. That's apparently, so this is after the earthquake, and that's like rubble from the earthquake that we saw earlier. Just chilling there from this, basically. So this is the original photo that we saw. And like I said, you can see the collapsed fireplace there, and you can see the tower right back there leaning from the earthquake. Just an overall really cool. Oh, and like I said, Sarah had multiple other houses. So this Winchester Mystery House isn't even her main house. So that kind of also makes the legend sort of fall apart, because she didn't do this stuff in any of her other houses. For example, she had this Tudor-style house in the Bay Area. I think she had like at her peak, she had like 5 houses that she owned. And then also she had, one of them was this, which is a boathouse that she kept near the on the bay, and she would travel in, during the summers, which is just kind of really cool. Like, it doesn't look like a boat at all, and I think here it might be on like brought onto dry land, but it's just crazy to think like this whole thing floats and is steerable too. Let's see, and then okay, here's another good photo of like a different angle of the house, like with the tower, with all the other stuff. God, it's I wish I could have been able to explore and see the house when it looked like this. It would have been so cool and so fascinating, but probably even more of a nightmare to maintain. Oh, and then this right here, this is Daisy. Daisy is Sarah's niece, and the person who Sarah leaves most of her fortune towards. She had a great relationship with Daisy. Daisy helped her as she got older kind of run her estate, and was like almost like a mother, kind of the closest thing Sarah had to a daughter. They had a really close relationship throughout their life. And then, okay, and then this is, let's see, Winchester Estate after earthquake. Okay, yeah, you can see the tower's gone at this point. And again, this is again a good example of like there was nothing out here during this time. Like, it was just orchards and farmland as far as the eye could see. So having, as I mentioned before, imagine like driving in the country road and just seeing this stick out in the middle of the countryside, in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of not surprising that seeing a structure like this appear out of nowhere would start to stir up some rumors in the local area, you know. Um, and then oh yeah, this one. Um, this is a copy of this is the like I said, one of only 2 known photos of Sarah Winchester that we have. Here sitting here in her carriage. Um, the other one that we saw, that's this one right here from when she was younger, when she was living in New Haven. Those are the only 2 known photos of her that we have. Let's see. There's another good photos of the house. Like you can kind of see it through the trees, through the gardens. Because also, yeah, that's the other thing too. She also has incredible gardens as well surrounding the house. Just beautiful gardens with that are beautifully maintained, hedges, all different types of like trees and flowers, and fountains, numerous fountains throughout. Just overall, really, really cool. I think again, yeah, just again seeing this poke out like through the trees and everything. Again, driving down a country road and seeing that, you know, I would want answers. I would be confused. Oh yeah, and this is a closer view of the boathouse that she had. Like again, it does not look like it should float, but apparently it did. It was kept on the water. And unfortunately, yeah, again, it was sold after Sarah died, and then a few years after it was sold, it caught on fire and burned down, which is very ironic, I think, that a boathouse burned down. Let's see. There was, let's see, yeah, one of our other houses. There's a lot of photos of like, you know, the families that worked on the farm. Yeah, a lot of the workers and ranch hands and their families. Oh, here we go. Yes, this is the person I was talking about earlier. So Sarah hired a lot of Japanese immigrants to work on her farm, and one of them was this man. It says here, yeah, Tommy Nishihara. And while he was living on the property, he had a daughter by the name of Ida. And again, showing how well respected and liked by her employees she was, Tommy made Ida's full name, Ida Winchester Nishihara. So he named his daughter after her. So I think that shows pretty good evidence that how well liked she was, you know, during the time. And then okay, there's this photo here that also shows the interior of a house, but we aren't 100% sure of which house this is. We don't think that this is the Winchester Mystery House. This is possibly one of her other houses that she had at the time. That's what we think. Just based on like kind of the style of it, I don't think they found anywhere in the house that kind of like matches this. And I don't think only one I think of her other houses still survives to this day, and unfortunately it's been super renovated since then. Here we go. Okay, this is a good photo showing the gardens and the house. God, look at that. That's such a good... Oh, it's so pretty. Like I said, if I ever get like stupid wealthy, like Sarah Winchester levels of wealthy, this is what I'm doing with my wealth. I'm building stuff like this, and I'm putting weird stuff in there on purpose. I'm putting weird doors. I'm putting in like the Scooby-Doo style like bookcase where you pull the book and like, it opens the door. I'm doing all kinds of crazy stuff like that. That's what I would do if I had Winchester levels of money. Oh, and just fun little thing, piece of San Francisco history here. These photos right here of the Pan-Pacific International Exposition in 1915. This was sort of a like World's Fair that took place in San Francisco. And let's see. Oh, hello, Spellscribe. Welcome on in. Good to see you. We're currently talking about, in honor of Halloween, my favorite historic house of all time that is also associated with a ghost story that I'm actually currently disproving. It's called the Winchester Mystery House in San Jose. Beautiful mansion that used to look like this at one point. An insane, beautiful Victorian mansion. And we're going through some old photos of it. But what I was talking about with these photos right here of the Pan-Pacific International Expedition, this right here is called the Palace of Fine Arts. And this actually still exists. This is the only part of the exposition that still exists in San Francisco. Actually, I can just do this real quick because I know exactly where it is. Right here, the Palace of Fine Arts. So that right there is that. So it's the only part that was preserved because the San Francisco locals liked it so much they wanted to turn it into a park, and so they preserved it, and it's still there to this day. A really nice kind of area near Crissy Field, right by the water. Really, really nice location. Yes, wow, indeed. But definitely, when you compare it to the Winchester Mystery House and the size of it. Yeah, oh yeah, and there's very few old buildings around the mansion, because this is what the mansion looks like today. And it's just surrounded by corporate business park blandness. It's such a juxtaposition seeing the mansion like that. And then, let's see. I think there was, yeah, so it's mostly, like I said, workers and then children who lived on the property. And like I said, a bunch of these children, like, grew up and went on to try and, like, disprove the legends associated with Sarah Winchester. Oh, yes. This is one of her other houses. This is another one, like one of her more modern ones. Kind of more of that, like, kind of 19 teens, early 20s kind of, style. That's very different from, like, the crazy Victorianness of the Winchester Mystery House. And then let's see. Let's see. Where is there other? So yeah, most of these are now photos of like people and like the families. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is. Oh wait, here we go. Here's another good photo of the house. I think that's the same one we already saw. Okay, this is just the full original photograph of it in what looks like a photo album. I'm Aussie and semi-rural. Most of our first buildings here are A, not that old, and B, made of wood. Love my country, but we need more castles. Hey, I'm the same. It's the same thing in California. I mean, like, the fact this house is only, it was built in 1884 is when they started construction of it. Or yeah, and so and that's really old by California standards. If it's over 120 years old, if it's before 1900, that's like crazy old for California. Like absolutely insane crazy old. We just don't, get stuff like that. We just don't get old stuff. And I do agree. Every time I go to Europe, I always get like stun locked of like how old everything is and how like things from like the early 1800s are like, yeah, whatever, it's not that old. Oh, and of course we gotta look at a photo of Mrs. Winchester's dog. This is her dog Zip. Oh, why do they have to put the watermark right in the middle of the dog's face? Come on now, what are you doing, History San Jose? We want to see the dog. That's the other thing too. Sarah Winchester was also, her and her sisters were avid animal rights activists. They fought. Sarah donated to a lot of sort of animal humane societies, and her sister was heavily involved and created sort of like a kind of like ranch to like house like and protect animals. So she was also Sarah Winchester was never vocally like active in like politics and like other like sort of like social movements and stuff like that, but she donated. How she helped, or how she supported things, was by donating money. That's how she did that kind of stuff. And then let's see. Here we go. Yeah, there's another good. Oh, I think we already saw this one. This is just a different photo of it, different copy of the same photo. But yeah, again, just a huge, beautiful house. Then again, more people on the grounds. Oh, which house is this? This is in front of Winchester House. Okay. Yeah, that's her. Okay, that's not the Winchester Mystery House. That's her other house that she owned in the Bay Area. Because she owned a lot. She had enough money. She owned a lot of houses. Okay, I think there's just a few more. Like I said, I'm focusing on like looking for photos of the actual house itself here. Let's see, more of the they went to the exposition apparently a couple times. And then also going to Yosemite. Sanford Memorial Church. Portrait and Gardens. All right, and then that's it. Okay, so yeah, so those are kind of like the main cool photos. Again, one of the few like things that we have of like actual like visual evidence of the Winchester Mystery House, like actual like documentation of it, because unfortunately not that much survives. And unfortunately, we'll probably never see the light of day. All right, so those are the photos. Now I want to go ahead. We're going to go on to newspapers, and we are going to... Actually, wait, hold on. I just realized I am not signed in here, so... Hold on one second. Let me do that real quick. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to look up Sarah Winchester. She moved to California in 1884. So started 1884, and she died in 1922. So let's just see, just by doing that, and I'll put California, because there are several counties in the Bay Area that could be her. Oh boy, it says there's 400. Okay, so we got some obituaries here. Let's go ahead, though. Let's go by oldest. Sarah A. Okay, so that's not her. Sarah A is not her, because her full name, is Sarah Lockwood Winchester. So L. So Sarah L. Winchester are the people that we're trying to look for. And I think I'm going to change the count because it's not Santa Barbara County. It would be either San Francisco, Alameda, or Santa Clara. Those are the main ones. So I don't know why Lassen is on here, because Lassen County... Isn't Lassen County? Where is Lassen County? It's like nowhere near the Bay Area, isn't it? Yeah, Lassen County is like all the way up, like in the very top corner, like nowhere near the Bay Area. Okay, so I'm going to change it. I'm going to make it so that we're only doing... Let's start with Santa Clara County, because that's actually the county where she lived. Yeah, so like maybe then San Mateo. San Mateo is also near there. But let's start with Santa Clara. Okay. So here's one from 1903. Important sale. Okay. So I feel like a lot of these are probably going to be property stuff, because Sarah bought a lot of property in and around the Bay Area during her life. So that's probably what we're going to get a lot of here. So let's see. One of the most important property deals consummated in this locality recently in the sale of the handsome home of Mr. and Mrs. Frank F. Moulton at Fair Oaks, the purchaser being Miss Sarah L. Winchester, widow of the founder of the Winchester Arms Company. The place contains 6 acres of land, with a fine residence and all the modern improvements that go to make an ideal country home. The price paid was $35,000, and the sale was made by one of the prominent realty agents of Palo Alto. Fair Oaks is a beautifully located and picturesque vicinity and is being made the most aristocratic home section in the valley. Many people of large wealth are creating country homes there, and the purpose is to make Fair Oaks even more exclusive than Burlingame. Mr. and Mrs. Moulton lately purchased 5 acres at Atherton Avenue in Fair Oaks and are having a $15,000 residence erected thereon. The grounds will be improved in the most artistic manner. Property adjoins that of Burke Corbett. Okay, so I do actually remember when reading the book, this book, reading about this purchase in this house, and how she actually, I think, it wasn't this one, but this is one of the ones where she would kind of travel back and forth between all these different houses. And this one, I think, she put up a lot of like hedges and stuff like that, because she very much valued her privacy. So she would put up like, hedges and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so this is just talking about the same one here. I think this is also talking about the same one. Stephen T. Bitten to Sarah L. Winchester. 4.5 acres and improvements, Farrah. Okay, yeah. Or I think that's other land. That's different, because Stephen T. Britton is different. So she's buying up more land around that area. Okay, and then this one, June 1906. Again, yeah, buying more land and everything. Okay, and then March 1908. What's this one? Local. Mrs. Fred Marriott is spending a week in Fair Oaks with Miss Sarah Winchester. Okay. And Fred Marriott or Miss Fred Marriott, that's Daisy. That's her that's her that's her niece. So again, showing that she's spending a week at Fair Oaks, not at her San Jose place. Not at her San Jose place. Okay. Is this the same thing? From last week, yeah, okay, that's just the same thing. Okay, and what is this one? January 11th, 1909. Bring suit to gain possession of land. Right, okay, I think I do remember with this one. Okay, hold on. While she was private, the few times that she did, kind of go out and, interact with the public was when she did sue, have several legal suits throughout her life, mostly involving land disputes and acquiring property and stuff like that. So this one, brings suit to gain possession of land. Sarah L. Winchester has started an action through her attorneys against E.W. McClellan of Burlingame, the contractor, for the purpose of securing 98 acres of land now held by McClellan and other defendants near Burlingame. The complaint alleges that defendants' lease expired on the first of the year, but claims they still hold possession of the property in question and refuse to give it up. Okay, yes, I do remember reading about this. Yeah, okay. Mrs. Winchester further avers in her complaint that the property was damaged by the removal of a quantity of gravel from the land. Yes, and by the custom of allowing a herd of cows to graze upon it. She seeks for rent amounting to $33 and damages to a sum of $900. The present contention has arisen over a large tract of what was formerly marshland near the polo field of Francis J. Carillon and Burlingame Clubman, and which was bought by Mrs. Winchester a number of years ago with the idea of erecting the finest country home in the West. An immense concrete seawall was constructed to keep out the encroaching tides of the bay, the man who is now being sued by Mrs. Winchester carrying out the work. Throughout the entire tract of land, a costly system of canals with proper floodgates was constructed, through which the Winchester private fleet of launches and yachts were to wend their way. Mrs. Winchester abandoned her purpose, and after constructing a boathouse and erecting a huge mountain of earth upon which the mansion was to be erected, where it could overlook the entire canal system of the estate and the bay, work was stopped. She is the sister of Mrs. Merriman of Palo Alto. She inherited a great fortune through the Winchester Arms Company. So yes, I do remember reading about this in the book. So yes, so basically, yeah, she hired this guy, E.W. McClellan, to work on that property and everything like that. And then when his lease expired, he refused to leave, and then also at the same time was allowing people to use the land in ways like stealing gravel and sand and stuff from the property, and damaging roads and stuff like that in the process, and letting other people graze and use the land as well. And I remember they talk about in the book how these court cases like this were kind of used in a way to kind of not support, as a way to kind of smear Sarah a little bit, to kind of paint an even worse picture of her, because I think she ends up winning this case, if I remember correctly. She does win the case and he does leave. But they kind of paint it as rich woman is, kicking out this poor, contractor, or bullying him around. Okay, so that was January. February. Does this have anything? Miss Frederick A. Marriott has returned home. Sarah lives in Fair Oaks with her aunt. Sarah. Okay, that's just again her. That's Daisy again visiting Sarah. Okay, what's this one? April 17th. W.B. Hines, who recently sold his home in Fair Oaks to Miss Sarah Winchester, has bought the Perry Morrison place in Palo Alto. Okay. So that's that. More property buying. Examiner's story is declared absurd. Relatives of Mrs. Winchester deplore attitude of publication. Okay. Again, people who actually knew her coming to her defense and saying, okay, well, before I say anything else, let's actually read this and see what it says. All right. The story appearing this morning in the San Francisco Examiner stating that Mrs. L. Winchester, widow of the inventor, president of the Winchester Firearms Company, who is well known in Palo Alto, as she is the sister of Mrs. I.C. Merriman and aunt of Miss F.A. Marriott, is dangerously ill, is without foundation. Okay, I remember. Okay, I know what this is. Says the relatives of Mrs. Winchester in Palo Alto. They declare that the Examiner's story is not only absurd in many of its details, but a heinous reflection of her life and character. The Examiner says that Mrs. Winchester is extremely eccentric and has not more than 3 intimate friends. It also accuses her of being a spiritualist, and conspicuously in its headlines, the Examiner states, "Death may invade palace of spirits." Okay, there we go. So at this point, this shows that especially by 1911, how ingrained the story is at this point. Mrs. Winchester has homes in San Jose, Burlingame, and Menlo Park. And although she is 78 years of age and an invalid, damn. Oh, that's insulting right there. She still lives for another 11 years after this. Oh, that's insulting right there. Calling her an invalid. Hold on, where's the rest of the story? Where does it continue? Invalid has been here. Has been able to go to the homes frequently during the past few months. Her physical condition has said to be not any worse than it has been for 3 years. Yes, okay. So I do remember reading about this story also in the book. And basically, yeah, it's a story where they basically say that Sarah Winchester is dying. And that she's gravely ill and that she's going to die soon. And again, her people who know her are saying that, that's not true. They're coming to her defense, saying that she's fine. She's in no worse condition than she has been. And she was not in great health throughout most of her time in California. I mentioned earlier, throughout, basically the last, 30 years of her life, she suffered terribly from rheumatoid arthritis to the point where her hands and feet started to, kind of curl, and from just naturally from the pain. And that's part of the reason why she didn't leave the house that much, is because 1, it was painful for her, and 2, because it kind of did start to deform her a little bit. Also, there's also the famous thing of her constantly wearing a veil, like a mourning veil, black veil to cover her face. That is also believed to be because in her later years in life, she had lost most of her teeth. So again, it's not necessarily a spiritual reason as to why she's reclusive and covering herself and stuff like that. It's honestly just because of her health at the time, which was not great. In fact, actually, let me see. I completely forgot to mention this. Also in the house are a stair system. Hold on. These stairs that are very small and very windy. You can kind of see. You can kind of see here. This is what they look like. They're very small and and it's like you have to wind up and down like all throughout this space. It's like so many stairs to go up just like one floor. And these stairs were like this because of her arthritis and because it was easier for her to like lift her legs, up to that point. Um, but again, these types of stairs and this stuff like this were used as a way to like, kind of justify, the weird and strangeness of her at the time. Um, just really, but when in the end though, it was actually, these are her design. So like, again, it's actually more, I think, a representation of her, you know, intellect and architectural, knowledge to make something like this to fit her needs at a time when she was suffering. Um, okay, so that was June 1911. This next one is November 1911. Let's see. Miss Delilah Fleischhacker, mother of Mortimer and Herbert Fleischer, has awarded a contract for extensive alterations and additions to the old Moulton Place at Fair Oaks, which she recently purchased from Miss Sarah L. Winchester. Okay, so again, buying and selling, again, more examples of Sarah buying and selling property throughout her life. She was a very good businesswoman. Oh, wait, that reminds me. There was a quote that I wanted to read. There was a quote that I wanted to read that I forgot earlier that was in the book that again shows how much people respected her during her life. Here we go. Okay, so this is a quote from a man by the name of Roy Lieb, who is the son of Samuel Lieb. Samuel Lieb being Sarah's personal lawyer, and Roy and Sarah, Roy worked with his father, in his lawyer business, and so he knew Sarah Winchester. And this is what he says. Mrs. Winchester was as sane and clear-headed a woman as I have ever known, and she had a better grasp of business and financial affairs than most men. The commonly believed superstition that she had hallucinations is all bunk. So again, somebody not only saying that all the stories against her aren't true, but that she was an incredibly smart businesswoman, and like very good with money. And we have tons of evidence of that she was really good with money throughout her life. Hence, her constantly buying and selling properties, which I think this article is probably also going to be about. Miss Sarah has sold her pretty home in Fair Oaks to Miss Delilah Fleischhacker. Reported price being $200,000. The San Francisco Examiner has woven a ghost story around the transaction, alleging that Mrs. Winchester has long been under the control of spirits who direct her to direct her real estate transactions. So it's not just the building of the house that they're saying that is being controlled by ghosts here. They're saying that she is being persuaded by ghosts to all of her business expenses. She can't do it herself. She's, it's almost kind of misogynist because it's like, oh, this old woman, she doesn't know anything about, her business transactions. It's the ghosts that are telling her to do it. That's crazy. When we start looking at papers from San Francisco, hopefully we'll get all these San Francisco Examiner ones because they seem to be the ones who were like, spreading a lot of these stories. Okay, so that's November 1911. This next one is September 12th, 1924. Margaret Kozo is to remain with Marriott. Oh, okay. Okay, so this story here, we won't get too much into it because I want to focus, like I said, on finding stuff about Sarah and like the ghost stories surrounding her. But basically, this was a custody battle where Daisy, her um her niece and her husband were trying to adopt this woman named Margaret. Um, this girl, this young girl who I think was like 4 or 5 at the time. Originally, it was basically a situation where, like, the mother gave Margaret to them, and the original plan was for them to stay, with her, to fully adopt her. But then the mother suddenly wanted her back, um, and it led to this big legal battle and legal dispute. And in the end, Margaret does, as it says here, stays with Daisy and her husband. Mother relinquishes all claims on daughter. Um, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, here. It says right here. The child was first attracted the attention of the Marriotts when she was taken into the juvenile court by her stepfather in order to compel her real father to contribute to her support. Mrs. I.C. Merriam, the officer of the juvenile court, who is Daisy's mother, Mrs. I.C. Merriam, and Sarah's sister, is Miss Marriott's mother, and was awarded the custody of the child by the court. The fight has been a bitter one, and the Supreme Court recently gave the child back to her mother, Mrs. Marriott. Yeah, okay. So the court said that they had to give the child back to the mother, but apparently they made some deal. And honestly, I think it was kind of like painted as like one of those things where it's like the mother really just kind of used the kid to get money, one of those kind of situations. Because being related to Sarah Winchester, she knew that they had money. So, yeah. It's an interesting aspect of the story, but like I said, we kind of don't have time to like really dig that deep into that. 1915. Let's see. A.C. Lout, in an article on A Billion Dollar Business in July, names the Winchester Arms Company among the farms doing a large war business. Mrs. Sarah L. Winchester is a resident of this community and denies that war orders are being filed. Huh. I don't remember seeing anything about this. Denies that war orders are being filed. Oh, because with like World War One, probably. I mean, technically, Sarah is right because the U.S. wasn't joining the war yet, so. Huh. But I mean, we did, American, companies did supply, like, the ally, like, or people with, or the, British and French and all them um, with weapons during the war. So that's probably what they're actually referring to here. Interesting that apparently she commented on it, which again is something I don't think she would do. Okay, I'm going to take a quick pause real quick because we do have ads playing right now. So we'll just wait for those ads to finish before we go on. This is interesting. Not as much, on like the ghost stories as I initially thought there would be. But there is one specific article that I want to see if we can find. And I don't know if it's in here. It's an article from the San Jose Evening News, March 29th, 1895, page 4. And this is, according to the book, this is the earliest article that we know of that mentions the ghost story. It's sort of patient zero for all of the rumors and ghost stories that come afterwards. So I want to see if we can find that one in a little bit. Okay. How many more in this part do we have? Okay. So we do have some articles about her death there. Let's see. Okay, how much longer? Okay, ads are still going. I want to see real quick. Hold on. I want to see. Where's the newspapers? San Jose. Really? Oh, is it not on here? Hold on. United States, California. I'm assuming it would be Santa Clara. Or these are cities. Oh, these are cities. Santa, San Juan. Is San Jose? There's none for San Jose. Okay. That's something we'll have to figure out. Okay, I think okay, ads are done now, so let's go ahead and continue. If you missed it during the ads, I was trying to see if they had a specific newspaper that is referenced in the book that I read on Sarah Winchester, and they don't appear to have it on this website, unfortunately. So I guess we'll have to see if we can find it somewhere else. Okay. Anyway, let's continue where we left off. So, Miss Marriott wants divorce. Okay, niece of Mrs. Sarah Winchester Menlo Park says husband does not provide. Okay. Yeah, so this is about a year after that. And they do divorce, from what I remember, but then they do end up getting back together later on, is kind of how it works out. And again, it's an interesting part of the story, but I'm trying to focus on finding... Okay, yeah, that's more about the divorce. Is this going to be about the divorce too? Granted degree. Given divorce. Okay, yeah, so yeah, they do divorce, and then they do end up back together later, at a later date. I do remember. Palo Alto woman beats pro-German. Miss Miriam, Palo Alto philanthropist, grabs man who... oh, this whole thing. Basically, Sarah's sister is Miss Isabel C. Miriam. That's Sarah's sister. She is like the complete opposite of Sarah in that she is very outspoken and, you know, like out there in the public, wants attention, you know, all like the complete opposite of Sarah. And this was a story where basically during World War I, she apparently heard somebody on a train basically she heard somebody on the train that she was on praising the Kaiser, and then because it was during World War I, and then she apparently then grabbed him and beat him for what he said about it. Yeah, was hailed a patriot yesterday by a score of passengers on a San Jose Interburn car when she attacked a man who had assailed President Wilson and was praising Kaiser Wilhelm. Yeah, so just kind of an example of the anti-German sentiment that was going on during this time. Wow. Again, another interesting aspect of the story, but we don't have time. And then okay, yeah, this is when she passed away. Her sister, because Sarah was the last of all of her siblings to live. Yeah. Hey, Coco, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good evening. We're currently researching about, and in the spirit of Halloween, we are researching my favorite historic house of all time, which is the Winchester Mystery House, and this huge giant mansion that has a ghost story associated with it and its owner. And I'm basically talking about how the story associated with it is not true. And that's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at newspapers that sort of looking for newspapers that sort of originally spread this story and legend about the house and about its owner, Mrs. Sarah Winchester. So it looks like there's not much else in terms of Santa Clara County during this time. Instruments will file with recorder. Okay, again, buying and selling more property, which she did a lot. We know that she did this a lot. Constantly, but it looks like these next ones are going to be her obituaries. So let's see if they mention anything about the legend. Miss S. Winchester claimed by death. Mrs. Sarah Winchester, for nearly 40 years a resident of this locality, passed away yesterday at her home on the Los Gatos Road. Mrs. Winchester was the widow of William Worth Winchester, son of the founder of the Winchester Arms Company of Connecticut, who succeeded the latter as head of the institution. After the death of her husband, Mrs. Winchester devoted her time to works of charity and was largely responsible for the maintenance of several charitable institutions and hospitals. Among these benefactions, one in which she was particularly interested was the tuberculosis section of the Connecticut State Hospital. That's the one that I mentioned earlier that she donated a lot of money to during her life, and that section, that tuberculosis section, is named after William. She has it named after William Winchester. It was called the William Winchester Tuberculosis Hospital. A woman of the most retiring nature, extremely sensitive and opposed to publicity of any character, Mrs. Winchester never permitted any notice of her charitable activities to be made public. Again, kind of holding that onto that, because she was so reclusive, she was not she did not defend herself, and so she wasn't sure. These stories about her kind of continued. Okay, so let's see. Is this article any different? Winchester claimed by death, passed away. Nope, that's the same article. How about this one? This is from a few days later. Winchester will leaves millions to charity. Widow of rifle inventor makes General Hospital Society big beneficiary. More than $4 million is left to charity in the will of Sarah L. Winchester, widow of the inventor of the Winchester repeating rifle, which is to be filed for probate in the Superior Court here. For more than 30 years, Mrs. Winchester has been living the life of a recluse in a great 100-acre estate near Campbell, 4 miles west of San Jose. The General Hospital Society of New Haven, Connecticut, of which Mrs. Winchester was the founder, is left virtually the entire estate. During their lifetime, the income of various properties will go to relatives of Mrs. Winchester on the coast and in the east. The fact that Mrs. Winchester left only $4 million was a source of considerable surprise here. Mrs. Winchester was left a huge estate by her husband as a result of the earnings on his firearm patents and factories of Bridgeport. 10 years ago, it was estimated that the estate was valued at $20 million. During the 3 decades that Mrs. Winchester had been a figure of mystery in the Santa Clara Valley, she built additions and alterations to the great rambling building in which she lived. According to the stories of her neighbors, she had received a message from the spirit world telling her that she would die when Lanata Villa, that's the actual name of the mansion. That's what she called it. Which she called her home, was completed. So she never finished the building. Relatives, however, explained her ceaseless building operations by stating that she was a student of architecture. During her youth, they stated she had studied designing and was only experimenting with new forms of building. Okay. So yeah, so again, people were trying to counteract these, but it wasn't enough. From the looks of it, it wasn't enough. These other rumors just kind of prevailed. Also, the fact that they're saying that she only donated $4 million, which by the way, in 1922 is insane. Hold on, what is that? We can do a inflation calculator for that. Yeah, what is $4 million in 1922? Okay, here we go. Okay, so $4 million. Yeah, okay, $4 million in 1922 is $76 million in today's money. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess. She only donated $76 million. And it also goes to show that maybe she didn't have as much money as they thought. Because obviously nobody talked to her about her finances. They just assumed that she had a ton of money. Because they said that they thought that where did the article go? I was just looking at it. Oh yeah, here. $4 million. 10 years ago, it was estimated that the state was valued at $20 million. And maybe it was back then. It is possible that it was. But, for a variety of reasons, it could have, gone down. I think it was a lot of it was problems. If I remember reading the book correctly, during the second half, kind of by after 1910, the Winchester Rifle Company was not doing well financially, because that's where she got a majority of her money from, was from stocks and dividends from that, because she was a major shareholder in the company. And so that's probably why she didn't have as much to give as they initially thought, because the Winchester Company wasn't doing as well as it had in the past. Still though, $4 million, it is almost like they're being insulted. Shoot. Okay, so what is this? Here we go. Okay, this is what I was talking about too. After she dies, the house is considered valueless, because it was just so crazy, how it was built, and also how much damage was still left. So let's see if they mention the damage. I'm curious. Okay, Winchester House cost fortune, but is now valueless. The immense house of 162 rooms, upon which Mrs. Sarah Winchester, eccentric widow of the late rifle magnate, spent tens of thousands of dollars, is practically valueless in the cold, calculating eyes of official appraisers. The Winchester Place, which comprises the house and 161 acres, was put up for sale yesterday, and the bid of $135,531 of Barrett and Phelps was the highest offered. It is believed that the court will shortly turn over the place to Barrett. A value of $5,000 was placed upon the house and an elaborate pumping plant by the official appraisers. Since the pumping system is worth nearly that amount, that makes the Winchester home practically worthless. Upon this house, a staff of carpenters employed by the year spent several $100,000. Yeah, so that just shows how the house was viewed, you know, also because like by the 1920s, the house style-wise was considered out old-fashioned. You know, by the 1920s, that like kind of Victorian Queen Anne style had gone was out of style. So that made it even more worthless in their eyes. Okay, so that's all the ones from Santa Clara County. Let's do the San Francisco County ones. Okay, so any of these ones that are Sarah B. Winchester, we know is not her. Okay, and there's other. Okay, so this is interesting to note. There are other Sarah Winchesters. There are other Sarah Winchesters in this part of the country. That's a Sarah H. Winchester and a Miss Sarah Winchester, which again is not her. Sarah M. Winchester, Sarah M. Winchester, Sarah H. Okay, Sarah L. Let's see what this one says. Cleverly dodges legal summons. Mrs. Winchester of San Jose completely baffles expert servers. Hold on. Oh, what did she do? Because, like I said before, she did pursue legal action a couple times for like land dispute issues. An order for publication of summons was made in the Superior Court today to compel Miss Sarah L. Winchester to appear in answer to a suit for condemnation of land, which was instituted by the Peninsula Railroad Company. The company required a strip of land owned by Mrs. Winchester on the south side of Stevens Creek. Okay, I do remember this in the book. They entered condemnation proceedings last June, but complained that they have not been able to serve the summons on the defendant. It appears that a corps of experts summons servers have been on Mrs. Winchester's trail, but without success. One of the Santa Clara County deputy sheriffs was first instructed with the papers, but after vainly trying to catch a glimpse of the lady for weeks, he acknowledged that the job was too much for him. Edward Haley, who is described as a man experienced in serving legal processes, spent a month in the vain endeavor of placing the papers in the defendant's hands. On one occasion, he was nearly successful, but before he could approach near enough, the defendant re-entered her house in great haste. Mrs. Winchester sometimes lives at Burlingame, and the San Mateo County officers were asked to assist, but the sheriff of San Mateo County confessed that he was baffled by the will-o'-the-wisp tactics of Mrs. Winchester, and he too returned the summons. The order will now be published, and Uncle Sam, in the person of one of his letter carriers, will deliver the summons. Wow. Again, this also helps kind of like, spread the mystery of her. The fact that they can't get her to appear in court because they can't get to her in time to give her the summons. That's really interesting. But I do remember this court case. It had to do with, there was a railroad that was going to go through some of her land that she owned in a different part of the Bay Area. And it was going to basically completely cut it in half and make the half that was being used for grazing completely useless because it cut half the grazing area off from a creek, from the water source that she needed. And she ended up losing, and they did build the railroad, and she did end up eventually selling all of the land around that ranch because of the railroad. But again, this just builds on the story of her reclusiveness. They even call her Will-o'-the-Wisp style. Okay. Okay, so that's the same article. Okay, so then this one. Suit to quiet title. Sarah Winchester began a suit in Superior Court at Redwood City against A.J. Ralston, sole surviving executor of the estate of W.C. Ralston, deceased, to quiet title to 2 3/4 acres of land there. The land in question was formerly owned by William Sharon and situated near the bay shore. Again, more of her acquiring and purchasing land. I do remember the book saying that, like, they did kind of have to do all these like legal battles because because California was such a new state at the time that there were so many like laws that didn't basically didn't protect like land. Like people were just like kind of like taking up land without like any actual like proper title or paperwork, so it made it very hard. Smart folk do not want incorporation. Henry T. Scott and others are ready to fight against the proposed movement. Burlingham has taken such forward strides of late that the people have outgrown the sheltering protection of Henry T. Scott's wing and are beginning to think for themselves. In starting the incorporation movement, the lower Burlinghams did not consult Scott, and when he first heard of the project and the fact that it would take in a portion of Burlingham Club's property, and that his rich neighbors, he flew into a rage. The proposed limits of the city of the building take the property of W.B. Tubbs, Miss Sarah Winchester, William Murphy as a Frank, all these people. And these people one and all may be dependent on to fight the incorporation movement with its increased taxes and influence in local politics. The petition for incorporation has the necessary number of signers and will be presented to the Board of Supervisors as soon as it is legally possible. And the battleground will be switched from Burlingham to Redwood City, and it remains to see which party will have the most influence over that body. Okay, so this is just talking about they're trying to incorporate the city of Burlingham. Huh. And apparently that included Sarah Winchester's land. Okay, what's this? Oh. Woman defies ghosts in selling her house. La Vidia of San Jose, which Sarah Winchester will sell in defiance of spirit warnings that she will die if she leaves the mansion. Again, death is penalty for leaving home. Straight up leaving the home. And that's the thing. The story changes, like, it's not consistent at all in terms of, like, what exactly happens if she stops building the house. Sometimes it says, like, she will die, like, if she doesn't stop building. Some will say that, like, building will protect her from evil spirits. Some says that, building will help, like, it'll tame the spirits. There's no consistency, like, at all with this thing. But that's crazy that they got a picture of the house in the, in the newspaper. Peculiar belief of heiress to Winchester fortune kept her prisoner. Sarah L. Winchester, heiress to the wealth of the Winchester Arms Company, is the last to brave the wrath of the spirits and sell her palatial villa, which for years has been the pride of the county and the basis for mysterious legends. Who the purchaser is or what the terms of the sale are is not yet known, for the recorder's office has not received the deed, and the story of the sale is so far only a well-defined report, backed up by circumstantial evidence. It is said that the mysterious recluse has within the past few months purchased a handsome piece of property near Belmont, and that she intends to either make her future home there or in her residence at Menlo Park, where she is now believed to be residing. All gone but home. Real estate men who are handling Mrs. Winchester's property admit that all her holdings in this county, with the exception of the Winchester home, have been recently sold. Over 100 acres of fertile soil 12 miles west of here has been turned over to the Southern Pacific and the promoters of Los Altos. It is also admitted that some wealthy magnate has offered a fabulous price for the big mansion, and that in all probability the sale will be shortly consummated. If such a transaction is carried out, it will be a desperate effort on the part of Mrs. Winchester to rid herself of the superstition that has kept a force of carpenters constantly at work on her home for 7 years. See, yeah, again, this says that they've only been building it for 7 years. So again, it's like there's no consistency in the story at all. Death if left home. Mrs. Winchester, now a woman of 50 years and of feeble health, is an avowed spiritualist. The story goes that years ago she consulted a celebrated medium and was told that she would live as long as she remained within the walls of her beautiful palace, and that palace remained unfinished in its construction. Whether that story is true or not, certain it is that for 7 years Mrs. Winchester never left the confines of her mansion on the Los Gatos Road and denied herself to all callers, alone save for a bodyguard of Oriental servants. Geez. This queer recluse, wealthy as few women are rated, has found her sole pleasure in superintending a half-dozen workmen who for 7 years have gone from wing to wing of the mansion, constructing one month what they were called upon to destroy on the following month. Yeah, so it's like, at this point, though, we know that she wasn't doing that anymore. Also, this picture that they're using is an old picture, because it shows it with, like, you know, the tower and everything. But this is from 1908. This newspaper is from 1908. This is after the 1906 earthquake, where the tower collapsed. So yeah, they're really just making stuff up at this point. Keeps herself hidden. Her existence has been almost mythical. Scarcely a half-dozen people having seen her during as many years. A deputy sheriff has been striving for the past 3 months to serve upon her a summons to appear in court and answer for a suit for the right-of-way proceedings that has been brought by a local real estate dealer. Bloodhounds roam the grounds, and polite, again, Oriental servants, answer telephone calls. Is that it? Okay, I think that's it. But this wasn't the article that they were talking about in where it was like, this is like slanderous. Yeah, okay, that's in 1911. So a few years from now, we'll see if we see that article. Okay, and then this right here, this is one that we already read. Yeah, this is the... Yeah, recluse heiress will enter court. Miss Sarah Winchester, millionaire, sues contractor E.W. McClellan. So this is the thing that we were talking about, where the contractor she hired was basically squatting on her land. And even though, like, the lease that he was renting had expired, and he had also damaged the property. Okay. But this article, though, the other one didn't say anything, I don't think, about spiritualism. Building fantastical homes as a stanch spiritualist. Heiress of the vast wealth of the Winchester Arms Company has at last decided to throw her cloak of mystery aside. Ms. Winchester has stated an action through her attorneys against E.W. McClellan. Yeah, damage to the property. We already talked about that. Tract of land. Yeah. Immense concrete seawall. An avowed spiritualist, Mrs. Winchester soon became tired of her costly toy, and after constructing a boathouse and erecting a huge mountain of earth upon which the mansion was to be erected, where it could overlook the entire canal system of the estate, it was stopped. Was skeptically regarded, so seldom it was Mrs. Winchester seen. All the years she has retained her property acquiring mania. ever being on the verge of completing elaborate country cottages or fantastical palaces. San Jose has known her longest, where Miss Winchester remains today, secluded in her mansion on the Los Gatos Road, surrounded by trusty or God grounds being further guarded by packed bloodhounds. Believing that if she ever completes the construction of her home in which she lives, her death will shortly follow. The lonely heiress to millions has found her sole pleasure during the last 7 years in directing the efforts of workmen who are called upon to construct one month what they destroy the next. Okay, so this actually repeats a lot of the same stuff we saw in that other article from like the previous year. So again, they're just kind of like regurgitating information at this point, just repeating over and over again the same, which again, is how these types of stories start, how these stories persist. Keep repeating it long enough, and people will think it's true. And then yeah, this is the same thing. Let's see. What's this one? Her fattest purchase of many country homes. Okay, yeah, so this is what we saw before, where she bought Fair Oaks. Added to her numerous possessions throughout the peninsula by the purchase of Edward R. Hinds. Okay, yeah, so that's one that we already read about, where she's buying and selling property. Is this another buying and selling property? Summer home for girls projected. Okay, yeah, again, this is just another example of her sister being involved in, a lot of philanthropy and like movements and being very active, the complete opposite of her sister. Okay, July 1910. Annexation project arouses keen interest. Hillsborough has, in a fever political assignment, aroused its length and breadth by the proposition to annex a portion of Burlington Park, containing the okay, this is the incorporation fight, and how it'll be like annexed into like those areas, and that includes land owned by Sarah Winchester. Okay. Let's see. Hillsborough. Okay, yeah, that's just more talking about the Hillsborough thing. Okay, this is around Christmas time. Buyers keep bonds in the city vault. Miss Sarah Winchester has deposited $700,000. Wow, okay. Again, showing how wealthy she was. That's just bonds that she has. $700,000 worth of bonds in 1910. That's an insane amount of money. Shows, I mean, that just shows how she was able to build this mansion. She spared no expense. Okay, here we go. We're getting into 1911. So let's see if we can find that article. Rich woman makes... Okay, yeah, this is a story about her sister. Okay, let's see, what's this one? Is this it? Okay, here we go. This is the article that they're talking about. Which one is it? This one. So this one that was later rebuked by people who knew her. So this is the original article. So let's read it. Death may invade Palace of Spirits. Eccentric Mrs. Winchester, it is feared, is on her last sickbed in San Jose. Doctors close at hand. Neuritis brought on by 1906 disaster. Okay, again, as I mentioned before, where after the 1906 earthquake, these stories get, crazier because of how, she didn't rebuild her home. Maybe fatal to wealthy recluse. Mrs. Sarah L. Winchester, widow of the inventor, president of the Winchester Arms Company, is seriously ill at Lanata Villa, her country home. Suffering from a nervous breakdown brought on in the disaster of 1906 when her handsome mansion, known as the House of Mystery, hey, there we go, showing it an early example of it being called a mystery house, was partially destroyed. The aged woman has become afflicted with neuritis. Immediate members of the family of this extremely rich and most eccentric woman fear for her recovery. Physicians are in constant attendance. Mrs. Winchester, who is 78 years old, has resided in Santa Clara County for almost 20 years, in a time she has never appeared in public. I mean, that's not entirely true. She does go out and do things. It's just not super common. The history of her private life, as told by those who have been most intimate with her, reads like a page of fiction. To mourn alone. Mrs. Winchester came to California shortly after she was widowed to mourn the death of her husband in solitude. She ordered built in the heart of Santa Clara County a residence of such magnificent architecture and costly furnishings that the neighbors who lived on adjoining farms called to visit her. But of all who tried to pass the portals of the mysterious dwelling, none succeeded. Her country home consists of several hundred acres, which are laid out in parks and orchards and surrounded with a high hedge. The only glimpse which neighbors caught of this peculiar woman was when she was driving in her coupes and victorias through the beautiful grounds. Occasionally she would venture outside, but always with the curtains of her carriage drawn. Only 3 know her. Only 3 persons are known to have been on terms of intimacy with Mrs. Winchester: her niece and confidential advisor, Mrs. Fred Marriott of Menlo Park, Captain Fred Marriott, NGC, and Jesse J. Adel of San Jose, former First Lieutenant of the United States Army, at one time fiance of Miss Miriam, niece and heir to the millions of Mrs. Winchester. For years, Mrs. Winchester, on her occasional drives through the valley, would order her carriage drawn up in front of some sanatorium and hand a check to her niece to be given to the directors with the request that the name of the donor be kept secret. Okay, so yeah, again, we're seeing examples again of her philanthropy. But that's just like they treat that as just like a one-sentence little thing in this. All right. Spirits bid her build. Shortly after her arrival in San Jose, Mrs. Winchester is said to have received a message from the spirit world that she must build a mansion, and that should the sound of hammers or any other tools of iron ever cease, she would die. She brought architects and carpenters, plumbers and painters from the east and hired them by the year. Her home is now almost 500 feet in length and half as wide, and the height of its highest tower is 7 stories. Again, the tower doesn't exist by this point. These people haven't actually seen the tower, or seen the house, because it's 1911 and the house doesn't look like that anymore. So again, this just shows that they're not actually visiting the house or doing anything. They're just kind of just like, repeating the same stories to themselves over and over and over again. She brought architects and okay, yeah. The entrance to the house is in the first story of this tower. The doors and the windows are covered with white satin draperies, and in it are couches upholstered in Indian silks and other imported fabrics. Prayer room in vaulting. There is a mysterious prayer room in which Mrs. Winchester has allowed no one to enter. Here she receives messages from the spirits. Beneath the mansion is a wine cellar in which there are rare old vintages which may not have been opened for 10 years. Mrs. Winchester is said to have observed the imprint of a man's hand one day on a dusty water pipe in the cellar. Fearing a bomb She ordered the cellar closed with 3 separate locks. Ms. Winchester is reputed to be worth $20 million. Upon the last trip of the Bostonians to the coast, she offered the company $3,000 to play a matinee in her conservatory. Ms. Winchester has never been known to have had a photograph taken, but those who know say that she is much like the late Queen Victoria. Not a bad comparison, but so what? So she thought that somebody planted a bomb, saw a hand imprint of a man's hands on a dusty water pipe in the cellar, fearing a bomb. She ordered the cellar closed with 3 separate locks. That's a crazy response. And also, like, they must be pulling this $20 million thing, like, out of their asses, because if they don't know what the house looks like currently in 5 years, that's 5 years. It's not like, oh, it just happened, and so, like, I can understand. This is 5 years later, and they're still saying the house looked like that when it didn't. They don't know anything. They don't know anything about this place. They're just, again, just spreading these rumors. God, it's fascinating, but also frustrating to know that, like, this is what's happening. Okay. Let's see. Is this just going to be copies of, like, the same... I think these are just going to be the same article. Yeah, eccentric widow ill in House of Mystery. The rumors that she received a message from the spirit world warning her that all would be well so long as the sound of hammers did not cease about her. House now 500 feet long, highest tower. Yeah. This is just, I think it just kind of repeats. Okay, in the earthquake of 1906, Mrs. Winchester's home was partially destroyed, and ever since she has suffered from severe nervous trouble. Yeah, so they treat the earthquake as if like a catalyst that made things apparently worse. Apparently it made them worse. That's just the same article. Yeah, and there's no rebuke in the San Francisco Examiner. The rebuke is in the other more local newspaper. Sells her mansion and defies spirits. Doom of millionaire's widow. Pronounced by mediums she puts faith in. Say sale means death. Weird existence of rich and eccentric woman. Recalled by deal. Okay, so this is when they talk about... Yeah, this is when they talk about her... With it. It's crazy, though, that these are coming from the San Francisco Examiner. These aren't coming from local papers. This is coming from, like, further north in the Bay in San Francisco. Huh. And I think this might... Let's see if this says anything different than what we've already read. Possessor of many millions, widow of the inventor, selling her palatial villa. County. Okay, yeah. Feeble health, keeps herself hidden most of the time. Scarcely a handful of people having seen her in the last 7 years. She's an avowed spiritualist. It is said that years ago she consulted a celebrated medium and was told that she would live as long as she remained within the walls of a beautiful mansions and kept on building a palatial abode each year. Artisans should always be in her employ. She was advised if she desired to continue living in this world and not in the spirit one. She was not to dispose of any of her country homes. That's interesting, though, that they say that. It's not just limiting it to the house, it's limiting it to all of them. But we know, based on other articles that we've seen in here, that she is constantly buying and selling property. So that's BS. And all you have to do is just look at a few papers, like, from the recent, from recent periods of time. Experience almost a myth. At present, Mrs. Winchester resides in San Jose at a home that has been the pride of the community and the basis of mysterious legends. Her existence has been almost mythical and has been doubted by many whether she actually resided in her Fairfax place since its construction 7 years ago. Okay, so this is an example of like the stories and everything like spreading not just to the mystery house, but also to all the other properties that she owned as well. The impression was that the spirits had warned her never to dispose of her estate here, and had been taken for granted by the wealthy aristocrats that the place was not for sale. The place purchased by Mrs. Fleischacker contains many acres on which is erected a beautiful house of Spanish architecture. The exterior is of cement finished, and the upper story is ornamented with arched balconies. In the immediate vicinity are Italian villas set in formal gardens, old English houses amid giant oaks, and Spanish residences with courts and bungalows of such magnitude as almost to assume the proportions of mansions. These charming places are set back of El Camino Real. To enter this ideal district, one must turn to one of the many enticing side roads that lead from the county boulevards. Neighborhood aristocratic. In the neighborhood of the property that Mrs. Fleischer has acquired are the residences of Miss blah, blah, blah. Wow, that's a lot of people. The place stands among the famous Atherton Woods, where Gertrude Atherton laid the scene of her novel, The Californians. Nearby is the fashionable Menlo Golf and Country Club. Miss Winchester has disposed of a home that might be a fit setting in paradise, and for this, her occult friends declare she must be brave. She must brave the wrath of spirits. That's her occult friends. There's so many contradictions. There's so many contradictions in this because, again, they're saying here that she sold the house, and then also saying that she has occult friends when, like, people, it says, like, people randomly see her. And just, last year you said she only has 3 acquaintances. There's so many contradictions in this, just constantly. Okay. Let's see, what else do we got? Okay, I think that's the same article. Okay, 1912. Once charges proved, woman is challenged to accusations against farm manager. A public challenge to Miss Sister. Okay, this is about her sister. What is this one? Okay, this is about Daisy, her niece, and her custody battle over their adopted daughter. Is this also about her sister? Charitable woman may aid Bahaism. Go to Asia to care for temple children. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so this is again just her sister doing more philanthropy work. That's interesting. Woman loses 5,000 necklace on the street. Sister, wealthiest woman in county, reports loss. Social worker and sister of... Oh, this is weird. Okay, they got her middle name wrong in this one. They call her Sarah E. Winchester in this. The wealthiest woman in Santa Clara County reported the loss today of a $5,000 pearl necklace. It was an heirloom and has been in the family for nearly 100 years. $5,000 necklace in 1914. That is so much money. That is so much lost. Ooh, God, that would be bad. That would be so bad. Okay. Sorry, I just need to check something real quick. All right. Yeah, that has to be an expensive necklace. Um, okay, April 29th. Let's see what this one is. Auto agent lured into bandit trap. 2 miles west of the city and near the ranch of Miss. Okay, this is just saying that. Okay, a robbery took place near the house. It's not actually about the house. August. Okay, hold on. Mystery man kidnapped to save his life. Oh, this thing. Philanthropist is sister of Mrs. Winchester, spirit saver of Carpenters Union. Dang, that's a nickname. That is quite a nickname. But I think I know what this is. Miss Miriam is sister of Sarah Winchester, famous as the spirit saver of the Carpenters Union. Winchester is the widow of the gun inventor. When the spirits told her that she would die if Union carpenters stopped work on her home, she got busy. Again, they had to. Now they're specifying Union carpenters now. This story has like very little consistency. It's insane. For more than 8 years, her San Jose home has been in the hands of carpenters. Again, they keep changing because this says 8 years, and this is in 1915. The other one we were reading that said like 7 years and stuff like that. Those were in like 1910 and 1911. So they're just constantly changing the amount. In the hand of carpenters, they remodel and rebuild, they reconstruct and replan, and always there is activity in the house. Mrs. Miriam is particularly active. Okay, yeah. So this is just a situation that involved her sister, where her sister technically kidnapped somebody. A man who, which I know, I wish I could go more into, but we are kind of running close to the end of time here. Basically, her, from what I remember of the story, a man came into the hospital with amnesia and like no memory, and Sarah's sister, in an effort, because she worked at the hospital, she was like a head of like the board, or like like on the board for the hospital. She technically took him and out of the hospital and to her house to like take care of him, and it was technically kidnapping. They did eventually figure out who the man was and everything and return him to his family, but it was just like a weird, crazy situation where something like that happens. Okay, this is about 6 months later in February of 1916. Elephant's prank may start lawsuit. Right. Oh, yeah, because he was an animal activist and she did some stuff against some circuses, too. Yeah, most of these, honestly, these articles are involving her sister. Because she did, like, more crazy stuff as she got older. – This one. Renee Marriott sued for divorce. Okay, yeah, this is Daisy's divorce, which you already read about. That's also going to be about her divorce. This might be about her divorce. Yep. Okay, and then let's see. This is 1917. Woman on train beats pro. Okay, yeah, that's again her sister beating up somebody on a train for being pro-German. God, she was a crazy woman. That's Sarah A. Winchester. Okay, 1919. What's this one? Gambling rife in smart sets, says official. Society women are gaming in homes. Charges San Jose superintendent of school. It was declared that they knew of no San Jose women who played cards for money. Miss Sarah. No San Jose women who played cards for money. So I guess Sarah came out and like said like, oh, we're gonna and said that like as a character thing of like, oh yeah, there's no gambling here. Oh. All right. We do have ads starting soon. So I'll pause this really quick. Won't look at anything. I just want to see. How much more do we have for this one? Okay. So, I mean, not a ton. Okay, yeah, ads are going to be starting soon. Okay. While the ads are going, I'm going to drink some water real quick. And after these ads, we'll go for a little bit more. But not for too much longer. Because it's getting a little late, and I do have to go to work tomorrow. So we have, let's see, a few more articles here. Some of them are going to be her like obituaries, again, which are probably going to have a lot of like the same information. That we've already read, so we can probably go through those pretty quickly, and then I'll quickly go through the other county. But I mean, it is crazy how like in like non-consistent the story is, how much it changes like in each like the timelines don't make sense, how they're clearly not actually seeing the house itself because they keep saying it looks like it did before the earthquake, even like over 5 years after the earthquake, which is crazy. And we know that she wasn't just staying in that house the whole time, because we know that she was going to what's it called? Her other houses in Atherton and Fair Oaks and stuff. There are, like, there is evidence of that. And it's talked about, like, in this book and everything. Yeah. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to everything that I wanted to talk about. There's still, like these other things, but, that's just a time thing. But, maybe next year, next Halloween, we'll continue this. Or maybe we'll do a different house that has a bunch of ghosts in it and stuff like that. Because I kind of like this idea of, like, debunking, historic ghost stories based on, like, actual historical findings. Okay. Ads should be finishing up about now. All right, so let's go ahead and let's continue where we left off here. So the bulletin. Let's see what this one is. Crusader Palo Alto dead. Okay, this is the death of her. This is an obituary for her sister. Yeah, okay. That's about her sister. What is this one? Mrs. Winchester dies. Okay. Wow, this is such a small... Where is this one from? This is from San Francisco, and it's like, Mrs. Winchester dies. Sarah Winchester, widow of William Winchester and son of the founder of the Winchester Arms Company, died at her home near here yesterday. Wow. That's crazy how, like, in this newspaper, she barely gets anything. Or I feel like, okay, but then, like, a week, so that's in the San Francisco Exam, or no, that's the Bulletin, that's not the Examiner. Okay, what is this? Arms King Estate willed to charity. Practically the entire estate of Mrs. Sarah Winchester, widow of the Ammunition King. Again, they're putting on that, they're associating her constantly with the guns. Like, in Ammunition King, it kind of has like a, almost like a warlord sound to it. Valued at $3 million, goes to the General Hospital Society of New Haven. This says $3 million. The other one we found said $4 million. By the terms of her will, file here today for probate. The Union Trust Company of San Francisco is named as executor and trustee. Following relatives will receive an income from the estate. Yeah, that's Daisy and her other nieces and nephews who, like, lived in the area. They all got something. Okay. What about this one? It's a little bit later. Story of weird woman of mystery is told. The life story of the mystery woman of San Jose has been written by Edith Daly, San Jose newspaper woman, and published in serial form in the evening news of that city. It is the first revelation concerning this strange woman, Mrs. Sarah Winchester, who lived alone in a huge mansion still standing that has eternally been partially torn down and rebuilt, who saw no one, and for many years was the subject of mysterious legends in the Garden City. Sarah Winchester was the widow of Oliver Fisher Winchester. Okay, yeah, again, that's not true. Oliver is her father-in-law. And Oliver was the founder of the Winchester Arms Company, but he was married to Oliver's son, William, who gave the rifle its name. At one time, he was Lieutenant Governor of Connecticut. Mrs. Winchester came to live in her lonely house outside of Jose many years ago. She died recently. For the first time, the story of this lonely house, bleakly surrounded by a cypress hedge, has been given the public. 7 Japanese were hired to tend the hedge alone. About 40 years ago, according to my informant, writes Edith Daly. Okay, so I think this is like their... Wow, this is a huge thing. Okay, this is like a huge thing, like, and this is like basically their copy of it. Okay, about 40 years ago, according to my informant, writes Edith Daly. Or Dally? It's Dally. Following the death of her husband, Mrs. Winchester came to make her home here. The small house grew to a residence of 38 rooms, and these rooms increased until Winchester Place became a mansion of 102 rooms. Mrs. Winchester believed that when she stopped building, she would die. Parts of the house were being constantly torn down and rebuilt. The most unusual room was the base of the 7-story tower. No one ever entered this room except Mrs. Winchester. The walls and seats were white, spotless white satin. The fact that the Winchester fortune was derived from the sale of firearms may have been responsible for her peculiarities. She admitted it was responsible for her many deeds of charity. She gave largely and always quietly. So they're trying to make it seem like, here that, she feels guilty for being associated with the guns. And there's no evidence that we have no written evidence that she ever personally felt any gun guilt, for being associated with the Winchester Arms Company. But they're saying it here. They're kind of putting it on her to feel guilty, They're kind of using her as like a scapegoat. Dined off gold plate. She always dined from heavy gold plate. 6 safes held the personal household wealth of this lonely woman. Once she went on a vacation to Del Monte. She spent the entire vacation in her room. Only her secretary appeared in public each evening in a new dinner gown. Although Mrs. Winchester saw no one, not even in her home, there is a story of one visit that is still going the rounds in San Jose. Charles M. Shortridge, the then editor of a local newspaper, donned his best clothes and put on the glory of a silk hat and hied him away to pay his social respects to Mrs. Winchester. She was not home. Nothing daunted, the redoubtable Charles smoothed the silk hat and put it away and registered a vow. And when the next society items appeared in his paper, one of them offered the astonishing information that Charles M. Shortridge was recently entertained by Miss S.L. Winchester. Considering the lady's dislike of publicity, it may seem that society item was sufficient revenge for a locked door. Huh. So like he wrote something in there to kind of like as like a screw you for like not letting him see her, I guess. Photographer's siege. Once the photographers from a San Francisco newspaper arrived unexpectedly to photograph the famous house, she hid in a hot conservatory. They did not leave, and the poor woman was nearly suffocated. Mrs. Winchester bought houses that she never lived in, a yacht she never sailed in, automobiles she never drove in. She rode in a Victoria behind black horses and mounted gold harnesses. She would buy any property to keep herself in a state of isolation. A real estate salesman once spread the report that a roadhouse was to be built across the road from her home, and she instantly purchased the entire field. Weird reports were spread concerning the religious beliefs of this 70-year-old woman. Okay, well, I mean, we know that this top part isn't true. We know that she did use these things and that she did go to these other houses and use that houseboat. For more than 40 years, she is said never to have entered a church, never to have seen a movie, never to have visited in another home, and during these long years, she never rode in a railroad train. One who got in. There is one story of a visitor to Mrs. Winchester who was not denied entrance to the house of mystery. This was her nephew, Sprague, a Shakespearean actor. Once in New York, he was told he was to die. He wrote asking his aunt for $5,000 to save his life and received no reply. Many years later, he called at the House of Mystery, his work having called into San Jose. She received him. Before speaking, she sent the secretary for her checkbook. So you are not dead, was her greeting. She had received him in a small, scantily furnished room. He looked calmly at the stern gray woman who so closely resembled Queen Victoria. No, I did not die, he answered quietly. I am a Shakespearean actor, and you are one of the wealthiest women in the United States. I need money. Give me $50,000 now, and you may eliminate me from your will. Silently, she wrote the check. He left without another word. Damn, what a horrible nephew. These are crazy stories. I've never heard any of these stories before. These are all new ones. Is that actually the name of one of her nephews? Sprague? Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Okay, hold on. Let me look at... Okay, here we go. This is the index of the book. Sprague, okay. William Party Sprague, okay. Sarah Antoinette Nettie Prague. Okay, so Sprague, that is a part of her family. But we don't know which one. We don't know which one of these it is. It just says Sprague. Okay. So that is true, and it is true in that sense that, that she did have a nephew by that name. But that seems to be kind of it. Okay, let's see what this article is. $4 million. Okay, this says $4 million left to charity. Obeys your message. Woman had sought to live by hammer blows at San Jose. Virtually entire state will go to hospital. Announcement terms. That's all about the donation. It was admitted, however, that there must have been a severe tax on the fortune to keep going that unceasing building activity on which the widow thought to prolong her life. Shortly after her coming west more than 30 years ago, she received, she thought, a message from the spirit world saying that she must build a mansion and that should the sound of the hammers ever cease, she would die. She brought architects and carpenters, plumbers and painters from the east and hired them to work by the year. They planned and built and destroyed continually to the day of her death. Okay. New Haven Hospital leading institution. So this is talking about, yeah. Okay. Is this the same? No, this is different. Futile building eats up estate. $4 million is all that is left of the $20 million fortune. So I guess it's just that one article from the San Francisco Examiner that says that her fortune was worth $20 million. Which again, I don't know how in the world they would have gotten that information. They probably just like overvalued her wealth. Probably because of the actual mansion itself. Yeah, living the life of recluse on her 100-acre estate, the widow, the former rifle magnate, in recent years spent vast sums in building. It is believed to say the message came to her from the spirit world, directing her to build, and that the sound of hammers would cease, she would die. Okay. Santa Clara estate has been added to and parts torn down. Architects, carpenters, plumbers. Surprised manifested by friends. Surprised manifested by friends, Mrs. Winchester, that the huge estate left her by her husband had dwindled to so small an amount. So small an amount. That's still millions of dollars. That's still so much money. That is so much money to be considered. Oh, it's only worth this much now. Okay, that's the same article. This is also about contest over riches of rifle maker doubted. Attorney of late Winchester widow says heirs are well satisfied. Millions to hospital. Okay. Despite the fact that the bulk of the Winchester fortune will by the bequest pass to the General Hospital Society of Connecticut, while relatives are cut off with life estates, there will be no contest over such will. Such, at least, is the opinion of attorney Roy Lieb of San Jose, legal representative of the family. Lieb explained that, far from feeling any dissatisfaction with the terms of the will, members of the family, servants, and others to whom Miss Winchester made requests are pleased with the provision made for them. The nearest relatives are nieces and nephews living in San Francisco, San Jose, and Palo Alto. And then, yeah, tuberculosis relief. Woman of mystery. Recluse was passed for the last 30 years. Country estate. San Jose. It was after her death that her husband. She came from New England to California and took up residence at the country estate 6 miles from San Jose. Here, surrounded by only her servants, with only her secretary as her companion, she passed the remainder of her life. Her large philanthropies were shrouded beneath a veil of secrecy. Though few ever crossed the threshold of the mansion where the solitary woman lived, intense interest for many years has centered on the ceaseless activities that have gone through in building, changing, tearing down, and redecorating the mansion. Whether the continuous changes were made to gratify the whims of an eccentric, or whether the much credited rumor that hold on. Oh, whoops, sorry. Okay, I thought something. Never mind. I thought something happened with. I panicked for a second. I thought like chat went down. Never mind. It's all good. Whether the continuous changes were made to gratify the whims of an eccentric, or whether the much credited rumor that Mrs. Winchester was prompted by a spirit message prophesying her death soon after her home was finally complete was found on fact will never be known. House of Luxuries. Those who had access to the house told tales of marvels of luxury, masterpieces of art, curios, antiques that had been gathered from the ends of the earth to satisfy the taste of the elderly recluse. The great safes, where gold and silver plate were stored, beautiful rooms for entertainment, where no guests were ever received, the bare room reserved for the transaction of business, and the employment of workmen, all were described by those who claimed either to have seen them in person or heard them from the servants. As the work of the house continued from year to year, it grew gradually larger until it finally numbered over more than 100 rooms. Okay. Let's see, and then we'll finish looking at these last two, and I think that's where we're going to call it for today. Okay, Winchester will stands, so this is just talking about the will that we just read. Nearest relatives are nieces and yeah, okay, that's repeating a lot of the same stuff we already saw. And okay. Relatives' income from fortune. Mrs. Henry F. Renros of Burlingham will share with 7 other heirs life incomes from the $4 million estate left by Sarah Winchester, widow of the founder of the... Whoa, they... Look at this. Wow, they didn't even get it right. Even though her name is Sarah Winchester, they still said that she's the widow of the founder of the Remington Arms Company. Dang, they couldn't even get that right. Mrs. Winchester's will. It was known yesterday. Turns into trust. Beneficiary. Okay. That's crazy that they got that wrong. You would think out of everything that they would know at least that. Okay. Okay, one quick thing that I do want to check. Because the Mystery House opened in 1923. I just want to see if there's anything about when it opened. Just really quick. Okay, only... I just want to see if any of these talk specifically about the house being open for tours. Here we go. Okay, Winchester Estate to be amusement park. Plans for converting the 20-acre estate of the late Sarah L. Winchester, 4 miles west of San Jose, into an amusement park have just been announced here by Mark Goodman, representing J.H. Brown & Co., Scenic Railway Manufacturers. Scenic Railways is referring to like roller coasters back in the day. That's what they used to call them. A 10-year lease has been obtained on the property, and work on installing amusement devices will begin immediately. Swimming tank, bandstand, scenic railway, and children's playground are among the installations contemplated. According to Goodman, the residence of the late widow of the Rifle King will be remodeled into one of the principal buildings of the produced recreation park. Well, that never happened, and honestly, thank God that never happened. That would suck if that... I mean, well, technically... I mean, hey, actually, you know what? Maybe it... You know what? Years later, maybe technically it did happen, because you know what else? On top of the Fright Night, haunted house thing that they have, they also have in the garden, they also have a shooting gallery, like one of these laser shooting galleries. And they used to, I don't know if they still do they still do axe throwing? They had an axe throwing thing. So technically, you can say some of these attractions, it took a couple decades, but they did eventually show up. Okay, that's May. Okay, this is June. Any updates? Winchester Home to become resort. The barker and the popcorn seller will break the silence of the green. Okay. Guys, will lead clerks, typists, sticky-faced small boys, nervous little girls through the rooms which were once sacred to the mysterious woman of Santa Clara County. Once the 50-acre estate and the great frame house were known as Mrs. Winchester's, 10 days more and it'll be Winchester Park, picnic party resort with a dance hall, hot dog kitchens, and Kewpie doll emporiums. Sarah Winchester lies in her grave. The sod was new on it hardly a year ago. She thought death could not find her if the house was never finished. Death would not claim her while the work went on. That was what Sarah Winchester thought. But death, seldom thoughtful, seldom convenient, was not so considerate. In spite of her millions, Sarah Winchester felt the cold tap on her shoulder while men were tearing away the southwest wall of the front wing. Untold wealth. Okay, yeah, talking about... Again, this is wrong too. There was a son who also died, but it was a daughter. She left the east, fled from the memories, fled from death, into the west to build and never stop. Eternal life and ceaseless work. This is a very, tabloidy newspaper. Wealth, the worst thing. I mean, in these people's... it's not so much... It's not just, I feel like, that it's wealth. It's the fact that she was honestly a single, a widow woman having this much wealth for the time was that's where the money is got. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, she has money. She's a popular, it sells. The fact that they, they want to turn her place into a The fact that they turned her place so quickly into a tourist attraction shows just how popular her story was. Slapping of a paintbrush, wenching of nails. Neighbors say Sarah Winchester was eccentric. The neighbors were kind, but then Sarah was not hospitable, so they never had a chance to visit the house. No housewarming or reception at home. 40 years of living next door, but the no admittance sign and the warning to beware of the dog meant everyone from President Roosevelt to the man who lived in the orchard up yonder. So beware the President Roosevelt thing is like a supposed story that like Roosevelt was in the area during one of his campaigns and was denied entry to seeing Sarah Winchester. But there's no actual evidence that this ever actually happened. It's just another like rumor story that got spread. No one knew her. No one can accurately describe her. They say that she was a weird little woman. They say she looked like Queen Victoria. She was generous, thrifty, extravagant, and shrewd. How can they say no one knew her and then say like they say she was a weird little woman? Like I feel like that's kind of a contradiction. There are no pictures of her. There is no pictures of her. I mean, that's not true. We actually do have a picture of her. Sarah Winchester built the Nightmare House, planned it, and ordered the 22 carpenters as they worked day after day, year after year. The house is the soul of Sarah Winchester. The woman has gone, but her thoughts remain, jumbled, darting, fruitive, daring. Every room a thought, every thought more bewildering than the one before. The Nightmare House is like a great octopus. It spreads out over the gardens, fingering its way and that, creeping up on stone, goddesses, Indians, reindeer, and fish fountains. It took me 4 hours to tour it, and I came out with an unsteady gait, like a man who thought he could tell a booze runner from a bootlegger. Dolores Waldorf will write another story about the Winchester House tomorrow. Okay, hold on. Let's go to page 1. Okay. Okay, yeah, so he like these are pictures of it, but it's like they're so bad. They're very bad quality photos. 400 doors in San Jose house. Well, actually, it's more than that. Hold on. How many doors do they say? Isn't it like 1,000, like 2,000 or something like that? Yeah, 2,000 doors. Get your numbers right. Maybe they hadn't counted them all yet. This is only a few months after she died. 400 doors in San Jose house. Sarah Winchester spent years and an untold fortune building what is known as the world's weirdest house located in San Jose. There are 142 rooms with more than 400 doors. Originally, the house had 18 rooms, but following her husband's death, the widow devoted her life to following her mystical hobby. Below is a general view of the rambling, huge structure which covers several acres. To the left is a view of the front of the original home, untouched since the fire of 1906. To the right is one of the weird stairways made up of 7 flights of stairs, each step only 2 inches high, which require one to walk between 80 and 90 feet to ascend only 1 floor. Yeah, those are the stairs that I was talking about earlier. That the reason why she had those stairs is because she suffered from rheumatoid arthritis and needed them to, like, you know, that was the only way she could do that. I think that, okay, that's what this picture is. That's the stairs, like a weird angle. Crazy town stairways. Jesus. The Nightmare House. Again, they're calling it the Nightmare House. That just shows how quickly, like, after her death, they just, like, ran with this. Even more so. Because this is harsher. This is, like, harsher than, like, anything we read earlier in terms of, like, describing her and her house. So I think that's just what happened, is that everybody just went, because they're trying to sell it as a tourist attraction, they just went all in. The Nightmare House of all the world has been found amid the orchards of Santa Clara Valley. Hidden in a grove of trees, walled by cypress, the Winchester house, home of mystery, can keep its secret no longer. Doors that are walls and walls that are doors. Steps that go up, steps that go down. Steps that go off with a 2-story drop to the ground. Windows that are walled, windows that are barred, walls that have no windows. Toy Town stairways, 56 steps to climb 8 feet. Voices 2 feet away, but 80 feet to find. Rooms and rooms, 142 rooms. 4 hours to tour them, like a madman's vision. Doors, 400, but no way out. Windows, passageways, shadows, echoes, dust, cobweb, crumbling plaster. Was it homebrew, moonshine, or fusel oil? Heavy air and dank. A whining in the eaves. Would anybody wake me, or did it really happen? It must be true because a man is going to take tickets at the door, and only dreams are free. Okay, for 4 miles outside of San Jose on the Cupertino Road, Winchester House has been the talk of the countryside for 40 years. There are many stories about it as there are neighbors. Sarah Winchester, the only person who knew the secret of the Nightmare House, has... Okay, yeah, and then it continues where we... That one continues where we already started. Okay. And then... Okay, yeah, that's the same article. And then this is the one from the next day, I think. Oh, yep, that's it. Oh, wow, yeah, that's the whole... Wow. Your hat fits so well, by the way. Thank you, I appreciate it. I had to get in the spirit, you know, of the season. With this being our Halloween stream and everything. Oh, yep, and that's one of the doors. Fi 50 fireplaces for 2 women. Widow pursues her queer hobby. 20 kitchens, but only 2 mouths to feed. 50 fireplaces, but only 2 women to warm. Tea rooms where no tea was served. Music rooms, but no fingers to make melodies. Mystery, secret panels, creaking boards, and dust. That's where nightmares, delirium, and insomnia are housed. That's the Winchester Crazy... The Winchester Crazy House. The Winchester Crazy House. That's the alternate reality version of it. That photocopy makes it look so scary. Yeah, I know. That the quality doesn't help. It makes it look way more terrifying than it actually is. This photo doesn't help either. Not particularly beautiful. I greatly disagree. I love this house. Typical 1880 idea of art and architecture, full of gingerbread trimming and a bit given to products of the active late. Is death defy. But Sarah Winchester was going to steal years from Father Time. She thought death would be too powerful to interrupt a woman's work, but he caught her at 82. She hired 22 carpenters and set them to work. There were 38 rooms, then more and more. Contours of the original house were lost. Walls closed in around bay windows. Fireplaces sprang up to hide other windows. It was like the block house of a child who has more blocks than system, no center, no object, just a series of passageways, doors, windows, and stairs that climb and never seem to find rest. In 40 years, the house spread out over the kitchen garden, swallowed the barn and the conservatory, and half surrounded the fountain of the Delilah beds. But the work was not done, and to Sarah's way of thinking, down in the storerooms I found 20 great rolls of embossed wallpaper, 24 porch pillars, huge bundles of shingles, hundreds of doors, windows, and blinds. 80 stacks of asbestos. Oh, great. 80 stacks of asbestos still await walls that will never be built. Well, that's great to know. That means that the house probably still has a lot of asbestos in its walls. They say Sarah Winchester swept the Pacific coast clean of asbestos, that the walls of the Nightmare House might be soundproof. Oh, great. Maybe that's why people see ghosts. It's actually just asbestos. But death discovered Sarah Winchester, although the doors were locked to everyone. In spite of the 22 carpenters, in spite of the bare board walls that awaited new wings, new balconies, new porches, death crept in and took Sarah with him. Whether one enters by barn door, back door, side door, or front door, the same effect is produced by the nightmare house. One's mind becomes disorganized, doped. Thoughts come and go without reason. Perhaps it's the heavy air. Perhaps it's the aimless wandering nature of the passageways. Back near the barn, which became a storehouse after the garage was built across the drive, Sarah Winchester had a gas generator installed. At the time of her death, the house was lit by candles, electricity, and gas. There was steam heat, gas heat, electric heat, and hot water heat. The 5 elevators were driven by hydraulic and electric power. There were wood stoves, gas stoves, and electric stoves. Every one of the 20 kitchens was completely unique. I don't think there are 20 kitchens from what I remember. I think there were only like 5 or 6, which is still a lot of kitchens, but still, it's not it's not as many as they think it is. Erratic furniture. Up to the time of Sarah Winchester's death, the 142 rooms of the Nightmare House were furnished, perhaps with just as much erratic taste as was used in designing the house. But they were furnished. Mahogany, rosewood, ebony, all the rare rich woods that limited millions could buy. It took 6 weeks to remove the furniture from the house. Neighbors used to collect by the iron gates to watch the loaded vans come rumbling out. Some say it would have taken less time if the... Hold on. Oh, there we go. There we go. The moving men had not been strangers. They got lost trying to find a way out the house. They have my sympathy. I found rooms that I could not find again. 2 minutes later, I left a room, I was lost, and I was a keen sense of direction. Yeah, exactly. This writer is pulling no punches. She is just going in on this house. And I think also part of it is because, like, this style during the time was, by the 1920s, had fallen out of style and was seen as, like, old-fashioned and bad taste by the 1920s. So that doesn't help either. Strange discovery. I found the walls of a tank house surrounded by a myriad of small rooms, cupboards, and several glass-enclosed porches that looked out on blank walls. I found a driveway through the portion of the house which connects the 4-story section with the 3-story converted barn. In some places, the house is 5 stories high. In others, it is hardly 1 story. Before the fire, there was a 7-story tower. When it collapsed, the horrified widow refused to have the thing restored. She said the spirits had done it. Besides, there was work to be done, rooms to be built. It must go on, and on, and on. Down in the catacombs of the basement, the passageways writhed in all directions through black, dank air. I thought of the dreams where Malays with dirks chased me down endless hallways, and I knew I had been there before. To be continued tomorrow? Dang, this is... Secret panels had rooms. Divorced 40 years to strange whim. Okay, well, I gotta see... So I think this is the next one. In 25. Okay, yeah, there's high gold here. This vault of the Winchester house, behind the secret panel, a 30,000 Winchester gold service was placed each night to take out in the morning. Below are shown steps that lead nowhere. These steps ending against a solid wall. Oh, yeah. Okay. Here's another pest nailed and another... Okay. That's a different thing. Dang, okay. So let's see what this... It's the same author. It's Dolores. Dolores does not hold back. She is going hard on this. Many years ago, Sarah Winchester had a well-stocked wine cellar. There were no guests, so Sarah and her niece sipped each of the little glasses of wine at dinner time, while the store of rose and amber liquid aged to a royal flavor. But one day Sarah went on an inspection tour. Just as she stepped into the wine sector, she saw the imprint of a black hand on the wall. There was a terrified scream, and the mistress of the Mystery Manor plunged towards the stairway. A few hours later, the wine cellar was sealed and walled even, with the sides of the great basement. So she's expanding on that story that we saw in that other newspaper that talked about that she thought it was like a bomb or something like that. But this, they're like expanding on it. They're adding stuff to it. And also the fact that she wouldn't have been able to go down at this point. She probably wouldn't have been able to go down the stairs because of her arthritis. Definitely wouldn't have been able to run away. Fortune and Wines. A fortune in wines is hidden somewhere beneath the great house. Many men had gone tapping in the dark, sounding the hollow echo. But the secret of the wines has gone with Sarah Winchester. Oh, so they don't even know where they are. The first floor of the nightmare house is uneven, breaking out in stairways that go up 3 paces, that go down 4 paces, slipping down now and then into winding runways that 3 flights high. Kitchens in the front part of the house, kitchens on the side, kitchens in the back, kitchens without reason. Their rooms, there seems to have been but one dining room. Dust is thick on the inlaid floor, cobwebs hang from the mahogany ceiling, but the amber beauty of the place shines through dirt and dingy light. During the 40 years Sarah Winchester lived in the nightmare house, she had no guests, no companions, but a niece whose name is subject for discussion. Dishes of gold. No one seems to be quite sure, but some say it was Margaret Marriott. At any rate, the niece was secretary, business agent, and buyer for the solitary woman. Chinese cooks prepared elaborate meals for the 2 women who ate from gold dishes. Again, that's not right. It wasn't Margaret. It was Daisy. Margaret is Daisy's daughter, and from what I remember reading, Margaret was not didn't have the best relationship with Sarah. Like they were all right, but they weren't, like crazy friends with each other. Each night after dinner was done, the servants helped with golden plates and serving dishes late. Their arms carried them down tiny passageway through twisted rooms, upstairs, and around corners until they reached the living room, where Sarah stood beside the safe. She had a horror of burglars and bombs. The money made from the profits on bullets and rifles carried fear with it, but the fear was as disorganized as the house that sheltered it. Sarah Winchester hid her money and gold plates in a safe with cement walls and a leaded cement door. But the cement was cracked during the earthquake, and the back of the secret room was as weak as wood. She would not have it repaired. The spirits might not like it. Hello, Aeon. Good to see you. Welcome on in. You're kind of catching us at the end of this here, but we're talking about my favorite historic house of all time, the Winchester Mystery House, and kind of talking about how a lot of the ghost stories associated with it actually aren't true. Yeah, we're just kind of reading some old newspapers talking about the house and how some of the legends associated with it were made, and how there actually are like logical reasons for some of the weird stuff like this in the house, like the staircases that go into ceiling, doors to nowhere, doors and walls. Simply, it was that there was an earthquake in 1906, and instead of fully repairing everything, she just kind of patched things up and let it go. That a lot of the stories associated with her aren't true, and we're reading newspaper articles right now that were made after her death, when the house was opened as a tourist attraction, and where it looks like the stories associated with her, which like I said aren't true, just went like this, accelerated to like infinity, in terms of like the stories about her being crazy and a spiritualist and being driven crazy by ghosts and stuff like that to build this crazy house. But yeah, that's just a very quick summary of what we've been doing for the past it's been almost 4 hours. Oh god, it's almost, wow, okay, I did not realize what time it was. I had no idea it was almost 10:30. Oh god, okay. We'll read this article and then we'll be done. This is what happens when I get like too deep into like, some of these stories. I just keep, god. All right. All right, so quake wreckage. The 50 or more rooms in the 3 stories of the front part of the house are are for the most part strewn with wreckage from the earthquake. Plaster has fallen away to crumble on floors of the finest hardwood. The front hallway is illuminated by a great door of colored glass. Experts put its value at $1,500. Every window in the house is of French beveled glass. The leading is of German silver and of bronze. The huge chandeliers are of silver. Sheets of finest linen, hand-sewn and thick with dust, are wrapped around them. Winchester craze strikes again. Yeah, no, like I said, I love this house. It is crazy, and I just the design. I love Victorian Queen Anne architecture so much. I was most contentious when I entered the Nightmare House. I love how she calls it the Nightmare House in this. I would count the doors and windows and stairways. I would gather facts, cold facts. I counted 20 doors. Then I lost track of everything. I turned maudlin. Every way that I turned or looked, there were doors, vistas of doors, myriad of windows and stairways. They went up to ceilings. They went down to blank walls. They went sideways, around, this way and that. To continue tomorrow. Don't next time on Dragon Ball Z me with this newspaper article. How many days did she do this for? Okay, there's one from June 25th. They dedicated so much. They dedicated so much to this house. Winchester House jumbles of winding elf runways. Sarah Winchester must have been the most attractive woman, even though she refused to enter any building or dwelling but the capital of Crazy Town, enclosed by cypress walls. Jesus Christ. That's insane to say. Sarah Winchester must have been a most attractive woman, even though she refused to enter any building or dwelling but the capital of Crazy Town, enclosed by cypress walls. Wow. Screw you, Dolores. You suck. I feel like this newspaper article, single-handedly, completely ruined her reputation as a smart, educated woman. As she began to lose footing in her race with death, she found it difficult to climb the 3 or 4 stairs leading to one portion of the house to the other. So she made her carpenters find a way of making the ascent easier, winding stairways. As a result, the house is filled with queer, winding stairways, elf runways. Each step is so low that the ordinary person sprawls at every turn, whether on the climb or descent. I stumbled my way along the 8-foot climb of the 7-flight stairway and pictured Sarah Winchester as a thin little woman feebly making her way up the Toy Town stairs as she planned new rooms in her mysterious mystery house. Hey, there we go, mystery house. Title drop right there. Sarah Winchester was her own architect. Like the card queen in Alice in Wonderland, she had but to say, knock that down, build that higher, and it was done. She wanted to hear the hammers forever rapping on the house. Her carpenters were experts. She bought only the finest lumber. The board with even one blemish was discarded. More steeples. She had a passion for the cupola in architecture. The men were frequently at work building more steeples on the rambling roof. When they were sure the old lady could not see them, they would sit and hammer while they discussed politics. What was the use of making anything? They'd only have it torn down or abandoned, and they did get tired of building on crazy house plans. The explorer's recollection of the house are as jumbled as the place itself. Somewhere I saw 2 stained windows with the following inscription: wide unclaps and table of their thoughts, and this little world of ours. Sarah Winchester thought each statement worth the expense of stained glass. Just what it was all about, only Sarah knows. Upstairs, I found balconies that only Tom Thumb could stand on, and then I would have to climb a ladder, crawl through a window, and kneel. Hundreds of windows. There are hundreds of windows looking on walls One of the rooms. Many on the inside windows are barred. Those that should have been burglar-proof are innocent of blind bars. There are rooms of cupboards, rooms full of doors and great chests, pink rooms, blue rooms, brown rooms, red rooms, wood rooms, plastered rooms, unfinished rooms, wrecked rooms, rooms of corrugated wood, rooms of panels, and rooms of glass. The doors fascinated me. I had never been free to open every door I wanted to open. I was on an exploration journey. The strength of my wrists was at the limit. I opened doors that should have entered rooms, only to find a wall. I opened a door that should have revealed a cupboard, only to find a suite of 8 rooms with bay windows and sun parlors. I heard a voice calling beyond a wall and ran through 10 rooms before I found the voice. I heard steps above me and never did find the person there. I found panels that looked secretive and was disappointed. I found walls that looked innocent and then came out secret cupboards. There were rooms full of trap doors, rooms that had been demolished to satisfy a whim. Monday, Miss Waldorf will tell of another house built by Sarah Winchester. Huh. Okay, so that's, I think, the last one on this, because the other one is a different house, which I don't know why she would talk about the other house, because the other houses were fine. Huh. God, I don't like Dolores. I think she actively like is the cause of like all the stuff, like all the terrible like rumors, like culminated, like she culminated like everything and like raised it up to 10. Winchester heiress plans home for felines. Hold on. I'm just curious. No, no. Hold on. Women in Run. Oh, Winchester heiress will build asylum for felines. Somewhere an alley echoes silenciously of a lean cat. She's making plans today aboard the Winchester Ark on the bay shore of Burlingham. Next month, Sadie Rathenra comes into her inheritance, and there will be a new home for the 23 cats now. Okay, this is about her niece. This isn't about Sarah. This is about her niece, who was into, like, animal rights and animal, like, worked for, like, humane societies and stuff. I remember reading about this in the book. Yeah, this is by the way, this is the book that I read, where I got all this information. It's a book that actually tells the story of Sarah Winchester and her house before, or without any of the, like, ghost stories and legends around it, and basically debunks all of it, which was the basis for my little presentation I had before, basically showing that Sarah was not as crazy as those newspaper articles said she was. She was actually a smart businesswoman and self-taught architect that was using this house as like an experiment to like try so many cool things. I mean, like, God, I wish I could have seen the house when it looked like this. I wish it would have been preserved like this. This would have been incredible. But God, if it was this big, it probably might not have survived, because maintaining this would have been even more of a nightmare than the house how it currently is. But on that note, I think that's where we're going to go ahead and end it today. It is past 10:30. I had no idea it was so late. But yeah, that's okay. So let's go ahead then and let's head on back. I hope I did this justice and that you guys were able to learn a little bit about the real story behind Sarah Winchester and who she was. But yeah, all right. Building is a trial and upkeep is another battle. Oh yeah. And like I said earlier, despite all, as much as I'm annoyed by all of the ghost stories and everything, they are what preserved the house. This house would have been torn down after she died if it was not turned into this tourist attraction. It would have been lost entirely. So I do have to give, unfortunately, the ghost stories little bit of credit because they did um, help preserve the house as it is in a way. All right. All right. So yeah, that's going to do it for today, folks. I hope you guys had a great time here today and enjoyed our Halloween stream. So also, yeah, this is the last stream with the Halloween decorations. After today, they're gone because I did the Halloween stream today because I'm going to be busy on actual Halloween and won't be able to um will need to be able to won't be able to stream that day. But I will be streaming on Sunday, and I'm not sure what we're gonna do yet on Sunday. I'm still figuring it out. But we'll do something fun. Um, yeah. Thank you, Aeon. Yeah, and everybody else. Hope you guys have a great Halloween and a safe Halloween. Have fun, be safe, um, and eat lots of candy. Watch all the scary movies. Um, But yeah, if you're new here, I'm not a professor, but you can call me Nap. I am a history live streamer, and I go live every Sunday and Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But make sure you go ahead and follow it if you want to know next time I go live next, because sometimes I stream on other days other than those two. Also have a YouTube channel and my Twitter linked below if you want to check those out and see some of the other stuff I've been doing. And yeah. Oh, and I did. I'll just share this real quick. I shared at the beginning, but not as many people were here at the beginning, so I'll share it now. Because it was Halloween today, I did decide to, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take off the mask that I have been wearing so much because I hate to break it to you guys. I hate to break the immersion, but I am not a painting of Samuel Johnson in real life. I am not actually this. Um, and I figured, you know what? For the Halloween, because it's Halloween, I would show you guys, what I look like when I go to work. So here's me at work today, working hard at my workstation. Just, I know, face reveal. It's probably not what you expect. I hope you can see. I hope you can understand. I hope you can still watch this and, accept me for who I am. But in all honesty, it was it was our Halloween day at work today too, so I wore this. And something I will say is that um I everybody else who dressed up was wearing just like regular like like clothes like as a costume. Like I was the only person in like a full body like costume like this. And we took like a group photo of like everybody in costume, and it's like like maybe like 20 people like in stuff, and it all looks like like people like you can tell they're in costumes and stuff like that, they're in cool things, and then like in the back is just Gumby just standing there because I'm also taller than a lot of the people there too. Yes, that's exactly what I said, Aeon. One of these things is not like the others. But yeah, so I'm I'm glad you guys accept me for who I am. Uh, and that this is every time you see this picture moving up and down, or every time you see this painting moving up and down, this is the man behind the computer. And I hope you can accept that. But in all seriousness, I hope everybody has a great Halloween. Let's go ahead and let's see if we can find somebody to raid. Exactly, just a Gumby looming over the others. Oh wait, oh shoot, oh no, ad started. Oh shoot. Okay. Um I didn't realize, and I should have snoozed it. Yeah. I know. Ah, add jail. Jesus. Okay. Okay, yeah. I'll use that time to find somebody to raid. Let's see. Okay, okay, okay. I was gonna be like, I was just about to say like, oh, tell me when you guys are done, and I'll, but then I realized you wouldn't be able to hear me say that because you're in ads. um, let's see. Uh, okay. I think I found somebody. All right. If you guys can, let me know if the ads are done. So that way I can go ahead and start getting the raid going. Da, 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 da. Okay. Uh, let's see. Okay. I think the ads are done. So let's go ahead. All right, sweet. You guys are back. Awesome. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we are going to raid um, this guy here who I just found, Kali Kodak. Um, he is currently doing a reading stream, and he's reading creepypastas, so perfect for the Halloween theme and continuing that. So we're going to go ahead and raid him and see what he's doing. Oh, it's also his affiliate anniversary, so that's nice too. So we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and start that raid. All right. So, and then this, okay, we'll do that. That'll be one of our raid messages, and then this will be the other one. All right. All right. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. This has been a great stream. I had a lot of fun today. I spent a lot of time like setting up this presentation and researching this stuff, and it was cool seeing people here and being able to share all this information with all you guys. I don't know what our stream will be on Sunday yet. I have some ideas. It might just be a regular patent research stream, going back to that. Or it might be something a little different. It'll still be research stream, but it might be something a little bit different than what we've done in the past. But yeah, again, I hope you guys have a great rest of your week and a great and safe Halloween. I've been Not a Professor, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night, everybody, or day, wherever you are. Take care.